man's views. But at the same time, you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Tigiti Agorum, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
What we have seen over the years in Nollywood, are they equitable storytelling? The Igbo man is the trader, is the businessman. The Yoruba man is 419, and then the Hausa man is the Mugu.
After small bro I learned as my father. Where it started from. I was drenched from my head to my toe.
You must create stories that are balanced. You see a girl, she's flaunting Gucci bag, LV shoes, blah, blah, blah. Please, what comes to your mind?
Just. My name is Beatrice Steving. I'm a writer, producer, director.
Biodun Stevens is a Nigerian filmmaker whose work quietly, consistently, and deliberately shifts the narrative around women on screen. In an industry where gender stereotypes have long shaped character arcs and screen time, her films offer something different. Women with interior lives, ambition, contradictions, humor, and authority.
When you think about gender equity, you're thinking, oh, something is not favoring woman and then it's favoring. Then you realize that no, it's not just about that. It's about culture, it's about societal norms, it's just a whole lot. And just a better and a clearer understanding that gender equity is not really about the difference in man and woman, but it's really acknowledging our difference and offering an equal opportunity, taking into consideration our differences.
Formula for storytelling. Yesterday when there was a video of Daddy's face, when they asked him, your 16-year-old daughter gets pregnant, he said, she will abort it. And people are coming for him. But you see, because of what I know now, and the way I think now, there are like 3 dimensions to that argument. She's 16! Yes. If the boy that is also 16, and please, so parents are 16, what do they know? They are babies. So I'm not saying I'm endorsing it, but I'm saying that I'm understanding why. And that is really what formed how I then take stories. Take something in a simple form, ask why, and explore the why. Always. Many times I'm inspired by my own life, my own journey, you know, and you know, sometimes when it comes to like real life situations, people have said, oh, this reaction that you are giving is not natural. And I'm like, but it is rational. It doesn't have to be natural, but it is rational. Because everybody must win last time. Yes. And if I break down and shatter, we do nothing. So that for me is how, you know, I try to tell stories. I just take a very simple story, look for people that I can relate to, and build this character. If I use an example of a film like Bread and Life, right? When I was younger, my mother had a shop in Agege Market. And in Agege Market, there was this bakery. The children of the owner. We eventually became friends. 2 families. We had a family friends that were very well off. They had opportunity to be great. Because the money was not a problem. So you can travel, you can do whatever. But I saw that those kids, they didn't do anything with their lives. Then I go to this, so these were like rich posh kids. Then in Agege, these my bakery people were the rich, trenches kids who could also, I mean, literally, I bought my first pair of jeans when I was 14 and a half, and I took my mother's money for a period of 6 months to gather down with me. So these girls already wearing, not designer, shop on my body, but jeans. You know, all the body top. I couldn't dream of those things. It's down. It's very American gown that I used to wear. So, but you see, all I had, thankful for my mother, I had really good education. She really invested in my education. So, the only thing I had is English. If I speak it, I don't even speak it well again. If I speak it that time, you would think I just come. That's all I had. So, you know, and I looked at, so years has passed. What I'm saying is this kid had, both of these children had opportunities that I didn't have. I lost my mother when I was in my year 1. So I didn't have them, but my vision didn't stop. For some reason, these kids didn't, this one did not continue. They just assume that daddy's bakery is going to be there, you know, forever. Business will be booming. No, but the bread business has morphed into other things, you know. So you have to get with that program for the other people to develop their dad, so the source of income. And that really was how I created Bread Life. So I went back to my friend's bakery to go and shoot that scene as an ode to remind me of my journey. To remind me that I've come thus far. And these children had everything, and they are still there. Wow. The story is that when I make a decision on the story, I can defend it because I'm not writing from a place of fiction. It's from a place of reality. I take one character, and that character I can flesh with so many people that I know. So for instance, Sister is Auntie Awa, my cleaner for the past 15 years, who comes clean my house, and I see how hard she works, and she has 2 children.
I'm a producer, and this class is important to me because it teaches the basics of producing, you know, what is needed in the act of filmmaking, especially in telling gender equitable stories.
Incorporating gender equitable stories is actually about dignifying our stories and dignifying our characters. It is important for us to see that our male characters are given a dignified process, a dignified natural storytelling process or narrative. And our women are exhibited the way that we are in our natural environments in the real world.
Aside from getting to sit with really brilliant and super talented women, I also got to learn how to layer characters, you know, and then move away from, you know, the stereotype of characters as was portrayed in the presentations by our facilitators. So it's an eye-opener, it's very impactful, and I look forward to this going forward.
Again, because of my background, I think my background had sort of pretty much influenced the way I reason. And so I've come to appreciate that, you know, even when things are supposed to be like this, it really shouldn't be like that. It's the conditioning that makes us think that a single mom cannot advance into marriage or have an happy ending, you know, it's conditioning. And so what I was trying to do with the film was tell a 4-part story from 4 different perspectives: the children, the mother, the father, and the wife.
Her stories do not reduce women to background figures in someone else's journey. They position them at the center. Through films such as Picture Perfect, she explores the emotional complexity of modern relationships and the societal pressures women navigate while balancing love and ambition. In Breaded Life, she examines growth, humility, and responsibility under character-driven storytelling that resists one-dimensional portrayals. With projects like Sister and other television and film works, she continues to spotlight women as decision makers, professionals, caregivers, and change agents. Her storytelling is grounded in realism. The dialogue feels lived in. The conflicts are layered, the resolutions are thoughtful rather than simplistic.
Many a times we've seen what Nollywood has been a celebration of stereotypes. What are stereotypes? Stereotypes are the cliches that you and I see. So for instance, and I always like to use an analogy to sort of describe when I'm talking about stereotypes. When you think about the Igbo man, in terms of marriage, the Igbo man is the one that takes care of his wife. We have that. The Yoruba men are the Yoruba demons, right? And then, well, that's the stereotype. I don't really care whether you are one of the different. You get. And then the Hausa man is what? So when you, in fact, just think about it. Let's talk about it in terms of career. The Igbo man is the trader, is the businessman. The Yoruba man is the 419. And then the Hausa man is the mugu. And you see it every time on screen. Not just on screen, it's what we've been told. And just like that, many of the things that you do as you are growing up, you keep going back to what you are familiar with. You keep going back to, because it's your comfort, but so it doesn't mean that what you're familiar with many times is right or is wrong. It's just because that is what you're used to. My sister here drinks coffee every morning. I don't like coffee. It gives me the shakes. But she cannot function without having a cup of coffee in the morning. It's not that it's right or wrong. It's just, you know, it's like the British, how they drink tea. The British guy, when they are happy, they offer you tea. When you are mourning, they offer you tea. And let me tell you, if you grow up in that kind of household, when you have your own family, you will be a tea drinker, you know. And so many times as storytellers, we many times write from a place of what we know. But we're saying that give us equal opportunities, however, take into consideration my differences. Which means, for instance, if I'm a woman and I'm on my period, you have to understand that, okay, for this number of days, I'm not going to be available. It does not diminish my worth. It does not diminish my value, because that is how we've sort of projected women, that women are weak, women are, you know, but how can you say a woman is weak when a woman is raising 4 children, going to the farm, cooking, doing homework, prayer warrior, still servicing a guy in the night? And all of God's job is to go and provide. Do you know what I'm saying? So that narrative has been something that we've been handed over for years, where people just assume, you know, they are the weaker being. It's like when you see a woman driving a car, and the woman does not say, "Nah, woman, what do you mean? I've seen worse drivers that are men." Do you understand? And so when we begin to think about these stereotypes, these cliches, we begin to understand that no, there's something wrong. And one of the greatest avenues that has endorsed these stereotypes is television. I think that even just simply put would be, if you imagine how Nollywood was, it used to be, it belonged to the men. The Nollywood of now belongs to the women, you know. And I think that knowing what we know now is no longer a case of one gender owns it, this other gender takes over. The way we are going now is both of us can equally sit on the table, you know. And I think that's what we're evolving to, that collaboration. It's no longer a case of what men can do, women can do better. Yes. We're no longer in that narrative. Where we should be evolving to, where I see us in a couple of years now, is that togetherness. For me, I think it's an opportunity to also relearn, also share what I know so far, and even examine what I know so far. And more importantly, you know, demystify some of the myths, you know, about filmmaking, about female representation, and just really explore, you know, stereotypes that has permeated the industry, and how storytelling, you know, can reshape that and reinforce, you know, female representation in film. So hence why I think it's very important, particularly because we have a new crop of filmmakers and we need to begin to change, you know, how we tell stories.
She challenges audiences to reconsider assumptions about gender roles, power, vulnerability, and leadership. But her contribution to gender equitable storytelling extends beyond the screen. Behind the camera, Biodun Stevens creates space. She mentors emerging filmmakers, both men and women, helping them develop their voices in an industry that can be difficult to access. She advocates for inclusive hiring practices and supports women stepping into directing, writing, and production roles, areas where representation has historically been limited. She also uses her platform to engage in conversations about fairness, visibility, and narrative ownership, By encouraging diverse perspectives in writers' rooms and on production sets, she strengthens the creative ecosystem itself.
When you think about Patience Ozoko, how many of us have terrible mother-in-laws? I don't. But because we saw this so much on screen, people started praying that when I marry, my mother-in-law should have died. And Eleni, you have already killed the person. Yes. In fact, for some people, it now became deal breaker. Is your mother still alive? I'm sorry, you cannot do. Because you've seen that over and over on the television. And Patience Ozoko has done a phenomenal job of being the wicked mother-in-law. But not all, mother-in-laws are wicked. Not every short skirt wearing girl that likes to wear crop top, short skirt, do crazy hairdos is a prostitute. There are prostitutes that wear, forgive me, that wear Prada. So because we keep showing that is the only picture we have in our heads. So if a woman now says, oh, I want to be with a man that can take care of me, aka gold digger, let's be honest. You see a girl, she's flaunting Gucci bag, flaunting LV shoes, blah, blah, blah. Please, what comes to your mind? Yes, there's a big God, there's a smile. Is it big girl, big? Yeah, she has followed man. It does not matter to you whether the girl is from a rich home, whether she inherited money from her family, whether she's even even when a woman is saying, I'm self-made, we are still doubting. Because we just believe that at the bottom of that money is a man. Because we have sold it in films many times that the only person that can remove you from this penury is a man. Why is the Agbero always the Yoruba boy? And why is the ritualist the Igbo man? Every time. We have to start looking at these dynamics because these things are reinforcing narratives that are wrong.
The entire project is about equitable gender storytelling and female representation. Biodun happened to be a champion, and she felt that I was doing something and we should collaborate instead of just doing it by herself. So we started talking.
To be honest, I'm just taking in all the information. I think that one of the key things that we must do is that a lot of us, this industry was built out of pocket. A lot of us are doing this work fueled by passion, not because you're making anything, to be honest, surviving by God's grace. It is not an easy industry to be, and as Amisha was talking about collaboration, access, and I'm here just thinking about the young new filmmakers. Even me. I'm thinking, the stars, they have it easy. The actors, they have it easy. But for somebody behind the scene, walking to any place, they first look at you. Who are you? And I'm saying this happening, and I'm thinking about the young, the young filmmakers who are saying to them, oh, just be persistent, just even getting an opportunity to speak, to even pitch. That's tough. That in itself is tough. Just for them to even listen. I mean, I'm not afraid of no, because I know that the worst you can say is no. But just listen to me. That is tough. So we should not move. I feel like, let's try and balance these conversations. Because just getting through that door, from the gatesman, they have already signed you up and telling cater to you. So I think that it is such a tough thing, but I think that more importantly is that when we make this kind of love out of passion, we also need to educate the audience. Earlier on, the conversations with the critics was really, really important. But I also think that the critics also have a job to do, and their job is not just to criticize the film, but also educate the audience. The audience don't even know sometimes what they are watching. And I'll give an example. I was having this conversation a few minutes ago. And you see, the audience also determines the kind of film we are making, because literally everybody is trying to make a film to impress the audience. So when they train you, first 15 minutes you sort of introduce the actor and build up reasons why this actor will play that really. But Nigerians like bad goes from the first scene. So that is why sometimes you feel like the film looks like a collection of kids, because that is what they like. Once the film is 15 minutes and the building story is dragging, so I think that this whole collaboration is not just between me and producer. Audience collaborate with us. Understand that? Because those things are also helping us, So as much as we complain about, audience are so quick to talk about Nollywood, the audience are also not helping us, because we are literally struggling to survive, and we're trying to give them what they want, which is why you see one producer, today action film, tomorrow comedy, next tomorrow, because you are reading feedback and you're like, okay, this is what they want. Okay, they want this person, that goes, fine. And it's not helping you.
I think one of my favorite things I've experienced today is just being in a room with people you've heard about since you're literally a child. We just had a session with Wale Adediga, and it was so insightful. It's just generally meeting people like Yodel Steven and Jilla Abraham, and it's been a great time. Yeah.
Events like this are very beneficial to filmmakers. I know filmmakers just want to be on set. I know we just want to tell our stories. But when we gather like this, we rub minds together. What it helps us to do is, one, there's this creative collaboration in shared ideas, and two, we can pick these shared ideas and then begin to create solutions that can help us build our industry.
Female representation and advancement in media. I think it's such an amazing conversation to have right now, where we are having, conversations around gender equity. So yes, I'm passionate a lot about female storytelling, and these are values and themes that we're infusing into our African stories now. So yes, I'm a story consultant. So yes, I'm much interested in that.
For Biodun Stevens, equality is not a theme, it's a practice. Her work demonstrates that storytelling is cultural architecture. The stories we tell inform the futures we imagine.
So we wanted to approach us from advertising. Okay. Many times we watch maybe like Disney Cube adverts, and you always see that it's depicted as the man is daddy in the living room, watching TV, and mother in the kitchen. I'm trying to create a new type of ad that addresses this traditional stereotype, as well as giving the woman the opportunity to say that a career also matters. Opening scene. So we get an ad called Belefo. I think that when I got the opportunity to be selected, first I had no idea how much work was involved, how much learning. Just being a storyteller, understanding how I have to be more intentional, giving the narratives, the narrative change opportunities that are there. I feel responsible now with the kind of story that I'm telling, and how much work I need to put in, and how much intentionality. Also, just beyond filmmaking, seeing my work as a change. So for me, being a champion is very, very daunting. But I'm learning, and I'm soaking in all the knowledge, all the conversations. Yeah.
When women are portrayed with depth, dignity, and agency, society shifts meaningfully. Through intentional narratives, industry leadership, and sustained advocacy, Biodun Stevens advances a more balanced, more truthful representation of the genders. This is why Biodun Stevens is our champion.
Bright and early as the day breaks, as the newspaper headlines trail the stories that shape the day. We at Signature TV trail the headlines that trail the day. We interrogate the headlines. We analyze the stories that make the headlines.
Why is overrated, and they even overrated themselves, and when you go see it, they are insensitive of some Nigerian children who have never had what they call CBT.
With passion and emotion, we drive the conversation to change the narrative.
Let nobody be deceived by Nigerian high level of performing in agriculture export. We are still where we are.
Newspaper review on Signature TV every morning on Signature Morning, weekdays, and Signature New Day, weekends. Newspaper review on Signature TV. We do not just review the headlines, we make the headlines relevant to our daily lives. New every morning on Signature TV. We open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem. There's no outstanding graduate when Obi took over from me. I left, in all the accounts of Anambra State, 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV.
Nigeria appears to be entering a troubling phase where insecurity is no longer a distant concern but a daily reality, casting its shadow over communities, highways, markets, and increasingly the nation's schools. The recent surge in kidnappings has unsettled citizens and raised serious concerns about the effectiveness of the country's security architecture. Across several states, fear has become a constant companion. Travelers now avoid certain routes, farmers abandon their farmlands, and families adjust their daily routines around the unpredictability of violent attacks. Citizens have continued to voice deep concern over the worsening security situation.
In fact, to me, I'm not safe. I don't think I'm safe here. It's just there's nothing we can do than the government to plead on the government to, work very hard to make sure that everyone is safe. Because you don't have gun, I don't have gun. So there's nothing I can do than to just look unto God and cry unto, that's the way we have been doing, cry unto the government to please, whatever they think they can do under their watch to make sure that these guys, they don't get hold on us, because hey, I'm afraid if they come, while are they will not be small thing.
We need more security men in this country. And secondly, these security men should be deployed to their own states.
The rate of insecurity in Nigeria is getting high, and everybody seems to be insecure. But what is happening is getting out of hand.
We are not happy as a citizen that our fellow citizens are falling down. Both the army and the innocent children, especially school children, the way they are falling on daily basis, we are not happy.
Seeing our old women being kidnapped, being robbed in this country that we
Good morning, Nigeria. Welcome to this bright and beautiful day. It's Wednesday, the 17th day of June, 2026. And you are watching Signature Morning, coming to you from Signature TV. I am Uchenna Chimdi Oluoha. Thank you so much for joining us this morning. Don't go anywhere, as coming up next, We have our newspaper headlines and review in a moment. Do stay with us. Welcome back. It's time for our newspaper headlines and review, starting off with the Punch newspaper. It says 2027 battle. Mark slams FG after appeal court reverses ADC deregistration. Relief for ADC, 4 parties, as appeal court upturns High Court judgment. Atiku ADC, others tackle judiciary, demand NJC probe. INEC hailed for opposing controversial judgment. States kick as Senate moves to amend Electricity Act. NDC to bind Obi Kwankwaso with anti-defection oath. Senate recalls members from recess over rising insecurity. Driver's death. Air Force detains officers, launches probe. On page 9, FG releases barely 5% of 54.93 trillion naira 3-year road budget. AGF says that 150 terrorists convicted in 48 hours. UK sanctions Nigerian firm linked to Russia finance network. Now on the Nigerian Tribune, page 2 says appeal court halts execution of judgment deregistering ADC accord 3 others. Just above the mast, 2 soldiers, 1 policeman killed as gunmen attack NIPSS in Kuru, Jos. Oyo, not Chibok. We will rescue abducted pupils, teachers, Makinde, as VDM leads protests against insecurity. 1999 transition. AD didn't meet our requirements for registration. Abdul Salami says it was accommodated to avoid unrest from Southwest. Its alliance with APP violated electoral law, he adds on page 3. Oyebanji came well prepared for leadership. He deserves another term, Tinubu tells Ekiti voters. 2027 defect, lose your seat, says NDC. Signs indemnity form with candidates. Terrorism, we have recorded 150 convictions in 2 days from the federal government on page 26. And still on page 26, Health says simple writing test can detect early cognitive decline, researchers say. Over to the Nation newspaper. Renewed onslaught against bandits, terrorists excites Tinubu. Troops kill bandit leader Bastuji. Woman collaborator sentenced to death. Court revokes Showore's bail in defamation matters. Makinde pledges more cooperation with federal government over insecurity. NDC candidates to sign bond against defection. How 1999 Constitution was drafted by Abdul Salami. On page 2, Ripple invests in Flutterwave at $3.2 billion valuation to boost cross-border payments. Shetima, Yowada, governors hopeful on Oyebanji's victory. Respite for ADC accord 3 others. Court of Appeal grants stay of judgment execution. INEC backs party's prayers before appellate court. Page 5 says porous borders fueling terrorism, arms trafficking, smuggling, others, says NSA. Now over to the Guardian newspaper. On page 6, the major headline says digital adoption leaves 300 LGs stranded, dependent on POS agents. I am ready to risk my life for release of Oriri abductees, Makinde vows. Gencos raise concern over fresh 1 trillion naira debt. Decry 2.376 trillion naira stranded power. The news page 3 says petrol remains 1,350 naira per litre in Abuja amid crashing oil prices. Dangote effects 75 naira cut. Atiku, Mark lead opposition pushback as appeal court halts party deregistration. We won't bow to forces of darkness, intimidation, says Adeleke. Court dismisses Yahaya Bello's jurisdiction suit in 110.4 billion naira fraud trial. Senate denies Oshomole's forgery allegation over Natasha's suspension. News page 30, FG records 150 terrorism convictions as Tinubu hails Batsuji's elimination. How Shore lost in his alleged rights violation suit against SSS, its DG. Ripple invests in Flutterwave at $3.2 billion valuation to improve cross-border payments. Now to the Daily Trust newspaper, the bold headline, How Gunmen Attacked NIPSS. Despite reforms, Naira remains weak. This is IMF speaking. Sultan Catholic bishops demand action against insecurity. 96-year-old woman dies after alleged attack by granddaughter. And finally, on the Daily Trust newspaper, on page 5, appeal court suspends Justice Lifu's judgment deregistering ADC and others. And that brings us to the end of the headlines this morning. Now to our review with Chris Maduka. Good morning, Chris.
Good morning, Uche. And good morning, my dear people who have joined us this morning for our morning coffee. I hope it's going to be hot.
It looks like it's going to be hot, starting with the Punch. In fact, all the papers have that appeal court reverses the deregistration of parties like ADC, Accord, and 3 others.
Yeah, you know, in Nigeria, everybody wants to make a mark and put his name. Nigeria has Nigerian Guinness Book of Records. So when things are... I belong to one platform. One day I woke up and I saw a viral video of an animal making so much noise. Wow. So what the caption was that the platform looked so quiet. And they put that animal that was shouting and shouting. So when you see you have crossed any other problem for us to, these are our complex and undefined movement into 2027 elections. One character will appear, do something to distract everybody and win attention. And of course, when Nigeria's history will be written someday, it will be said that sometime in 2026, one Justice Lifu, the registered party, and within 48 hours, appeal court, quashed his judgment. It will there in the judgment. They have these court procedures that they document for legal students and everywhere. So it will be studied. So Justice Lifu, judgment is on, and when the platform everything seemed now okay. All the parties now are now working towards. Atiku has picked a deputy to a flag bearer for ADC for 2027. NDC has tried to. Then somewhere something appear. 4 parties they registered without thank you and no very much. It shows how Nigerian situation can be. And it was good that those people, everybody started commenting. Because nobody knew or can tell. I've told you that the people are losing interest in our judicial system because of their hanky-panky. Who knows what they planned? Because like I told you the story of the MB7, sorry, I mentioned the town because I refused to mention madman in a marketplace who continued to he ate one vulture. And he was like, if I eat this vulture and nothing happened to me, all the vulture in this market will run. That was what it is attempt. If I try and make effort with ADC, at least let it be one major party within there, let me see the reaction. If that finishes, then he will target, because I'll tell you, that was a target towards somewhere. But the appeal court is, we're still watching. If you see a man strap a bag and pounding fufu, either fufu of of yam or fufu of cassava, be watchful. Because you don't know what he will do after pounding the fufu. Whether he will put it in the bag, he crushed across his chest, or he will do something. Or he will bring out something from inside that bag and put in the fufu. Just fine, because it is an anathema in Igbo land, in African culture, to find somebody crushing bag and pounding fufu. So that's something that person has in mind. For the judiciary system of Nigeria to deregister 4 parties at this time, and they have courage to do so. And then the other party comes, there is this issue they were doing. Somebody said there is one security agency in Nigeria where if they get into their net, one of them will appear as a friend, the other one will appear as enemy. So the friend will become it. Because I love you, bring small money, let me go and beg. So that's what they are doing. So appeal court may have been doing that kind of, watch the judiciary. This is the last straw that will break the camel's back if they go ahead with it. To mess and toy with the fragile Nigerian democratic system, even at this time, this is the more dangerous time to take such experiment. And everybody in Nigeria will tell, because it's going to, in fact, it's going to bring not just depression. You know what they call democratic depression. That's what Nigeria would have fallen into. And only God knows how it would have turned out. But let's see, we still watch them. They say, the last hope of the man. Even when the last hope of the day is flying, they just play flying kite with it. Let's just watch.
All right, now in the NDC, it says that NDC candidates to sign bond against defection. So defect and lose your seats, says NDC, signs indemnity form with candidates.
Any man who has been stung by bee, when he sees a big fly, he will run. So almost all the parties in Nigeria have been stung by the same politicians who run from fire to frying pan each time in the name of defection. So ADC might be the last of it who has learned from other, like they say in my language, when a blacksmith that doesn't know how to mold a metal gong should look at the tail of a kite. That is what NDC is doing. He has looked at the tail of all the political parties and saw how they lost almost all their members, the political strong members, not the masses. The masses, they confuse them. If you ask any of the people who carry members of the party what your party stands for, they don't know. They just follow you. He will tell you it's because of this man is there, or because of this man, because he's a tribal man or religious man. It's a one party. He joined. He doesn't know what he will benefit, what party will benefit him, and so that's why we find Nigeria, when some people critically see that nothing is working, they will still support what they support. So those ones are there. So
That is what makes NDC. But if NDC feel that they have to get people to swear oath of allegiance of no defection, let them not do what will even make anybody want to defect from their party. Because they started badly with their primaries. Let them take it or leave it. So it's because they know they have started finally and they are just trying to make faces. They are bringing swear oath. Let okay, the rat, not deliberately go and chop the bag of a native doctor. And let a native doctor not deliberately want to remove the teeth of a rat. And let it be not by all cases. When the party and their members do the right thing, why should we be talking about defection? It's because Nigerian political parties are planned to disappoint even their members and the followers. That's why you hear this kind of thing. So let's watch out. When you want to go anywhere, I'm going to drink, just relax in a spot, and you pack your tokumbo, and you see cars parked at the owner's risk in a compound, a joint where you. I moved away immediately because it means this particular joint cannot guarantee even the safety of the car I parked to patronize them. If NDC is signing park at the owner's risk, that's what it means. Let all the party members know now before they sign this law. Let them bring out all their manifesto and the clauses and regulations. Let's see. Because in Nigeria, they put boob traps, so you sign and after all, Nigerian senators signed that you can transmit the result, but if the network fail, you can write. When they were disappointed in their parties, they went back to the plenary and started pushing. Are they not ashamed? Because, you see, the person who is pursuing a small chicken will be falling down, rising, falling down. While the chicken will be there on his small run of turtle. I don't know how to describe that. But these are proverbs of bone and silence for people. If they have ear, let them hear. As we make our mat, we lie on it. Any goat lying on the ground, or any animal that has skin, is lying on its skin. Nigeria, we lay down on a scheme of deception. We lay down on a scheme of lies, hoping that we will build a paradise upon lies. A foundation that is built on lies will end up in lies. So you go into a party, cars parked at the owner's risk. I better move out on time before anything happens. They say they told you. Why shouldn't party protect people? Why should they even start thinking about defections before they start? That means they know along the line that attitude of that will make people defect will come in. That's why I see NDC and people swearing oath of. I go to a church, very mighty church in Ikeja, Lagos. As the Reverend Father was preaching, he said, hold your phone and wallet and everything carefully. I said, inside this church, I walked away. That is the allusion I'm using for any party that is bringing whatever NDC bring. If you are coming in, sign an oath of allegiance of no defection. Who said they burn anybody with the NDC? If NDC do what will make you defect, you defect. Of course, Nigerian politicians are defective. They're in defective mood. They're defective compliant. So let's move on, Jare.
Okay, on the security situation, Makinde says that he's ready to risk his life for the release of the Orire abductees. And the federal government also records about 150 terrorism convictions and the killing of bandit leader Batsuji.
One, in Nigeria, we have heard of so many times of killing bandit leader. So let's wait. All are good news. For a governor to say he will devote his life, he can even dive to make sure he scores a mark, that's very assuring. We are waiting. And for government to now use how many bandits they killed in a week to record, or conviction they secure in a week to as a scoreboard, a scorecard of their success in fighting bandits and terror is suspicious. If they're playing to the gallery, because we're all in Nigeria, once there's success, there are certain things you don't go to the records for. When we see, when banditry and terror drops, everybody will know. We have been on this newspaper for how many years? So even Nigerian headlines and things that it will tell you how Nigeria is doing in security. Nigerian newspapers are very, very, because even people working in newspaper are not safe. People in the National Assembly in Abuja and Asorok, nobody is safe. People in state houses are not safe. People in local government offices are not safe. Civil servants are not safe. Ordinary people are not safe. School children are not safe. Everybody is susceptible to this problem in Nigeria. So when we see drop, when we see record improvement, we don't need newspapers to tell us. We don't need government to come and use it. It's sounding like it's campaign words and political. That's why I said everything that I said about insecurity, the government has said, we did this. We see, let's see improvement in the number of prosecutions and securing judgment for people that should go in for the offense. Let's see it improve over time. Let's see an action that Makinde will just call quickly with this. These children is not getting to a month. And their teachers, we have lost the teacher that was beheaded in a horrible virtual video. We have lost a child there, the one that was a sickly child that we took along and couldn't survive that situation. Who knows the condition of those? And you see viral videos of people who survived it and how women who are in captivity, bandit and terrorist captivity. One thing say, I don't know whether to cheer up for it or say they will feed us very well so that they will assign us to men who will rape us over and over. Because women are short in supply, they feed one woman very well. He will be servicing about 20 bandits and terrorists in captivity. Just that's horrible things that when you still hear, you think your mental health will be affected. You think, what is happening? So whatever result we have, I think the government should watch how they open up on this result to the newspapers. When the people feel it, they will see it. And over time, they can put the whole result together and release it so that it sounds heavy. Instead of when they tell us how many people that were killed, the records are coming every day. So when you say the federal government force killed 2 bandits and they record it as success, it's all good, but I think they should watch out how these things are released.
All right. Now, petrol remains at 1,350 naira per litre in Abuja amid the crashing oil prices, and Dangote effects 75 naira cut.
That's the downstream sector, people who really dispense, who regulates. We have a body they call RRP, something, the very mouth, twisting name for that is an agent of petroleum downstream regulation of the price. Where are they? That's why I'm telling you, so much lies in our oil and gas sector. So much lies. Dangote will release that he cut down 75 kobo. Is it 75 naira?
75 naira.
But they will not. So if he did not, cut of 75 naira did not record in Abuja, he did not record in Lagos. Is it in Kutuwanji that is buying, once you see this ex-Lagos price of fuel price, ex-Abuja price of fuel price, just know that in the extreme parts of Nigeria, fuel is selling for 2,000 naira. So who is regulating? And this same group of people who sit down, earning fast salaries, and moving around. When small time, they will find them in a ceremonial, carry once or those metal measurements, go to one filling station that probably did not dance to their tune, and measure and say, hey, this man is sealed, he did not meet up to. But many, I'll tell you, 98.9% of Nigerians are buying fuel at filling stations that the measurement of this 1 liter at 2,000 naira does not meet up. So when they say price, this it has not has not trickled down to the filling stations. That's 75 naira. You actually say, what is NNPCL doing? What is those RRP or whatever name they call themselves, agents that's supposed to regulate this pricing in fuel, in petrol and gas? What are they doing? They'll sit back telling you, we are not doing in what we are doing for this country. We are just, everybody is complicit to making sure Nigerians suffer. I tell you. So that's what you hear. And those people are there. Federal government know they are there. This kind of result will come out. They still earn their salary this month. They will still be moving in fat salaries because they are in oil and gas sector. Cheating Nigerians. What's the difference between them and bandits? Nigeria, we are not at home. Uche. And they are probably waiting for me every day. They will say, hey, this one, you're doing this. I am not prophet of doom. I am talking about what I see. Come and prove otherwise. That when fuel, Dangote have announced 75, and people are lifting fuel less than 75 naira from the depot. Nigeria, NNPCL, all the agents of oil and gas that do this, has not made it to trickle at the filling stations. And you say we're a nation.
All right, Chris, we have to end it here, but thank you so much for joining us this morning on the newspaper review segment.
Thank you, Che. I think there's one story. This is the government attack NIPSS, that's Nigerian Institute of Policy and Strategic Studies, KURU, very old and popular schools. Almost all the Nigerian generals have gone to that school. So when you see a general in Nigeria who bears a lieutenant colonel, this, you still hear the appendages, NIP, all those things means that the person has been to this school. It's a very mighty school that train all our big men on strategy and policy planning. And the security men were attacked. The government went there, killed 2 policemen and 1 army man. And that will tell you how these bandits and terrorists are targeting the sensitive points of Nigeria, killed education, killed agriculture, killed the health system. They now want to kill anything that makes Nigeria look like a nation. So we should step up our approach to this and tell ourselves the truth. Whatever is causing this, making us to get to this point, there must be a solution. People say there must be a solution. I think it's political will for us to tell ourselves the truth, even if it means reconciliation, of calling Nigeria need to really go back to drawing board and find out why we get to this place. To know whether what is happening to us is external or internal. Even if it's external or internal, you can bring all of them together and beg them. I beg, make them leave us alone. Nigeria is not the only place that God blessed with natural resources. If you wonder our natural resources, let's talk about it. It's not by bringing wahala and killing Nigerians like flies that will solve the issue.
All right, Chris, thank you.
So God bless you. God bless you, Chair. God bless you for having been part of this coffee this morning. It was lukewarm. We didn't want to make it too hot because it can burn your mouth if the coffee is too hot. But God bless you all the same. Let's make Nigeria, let's make the world a better place with anything, anyhow we can be part of it. Whatever I'm doing here is only the way I think I can contribute. By reviewing Nigerian newspaper headlines and then bringing it to bear on our lives, bringing it on how it affects us. But God bless all of you. But remember, God's blessings are meant for those who deserve to be blessed. Thank you.
Of course, you've heard it all from Chris Maduka this morning on our newspaper headlines and review. Let's go on a break and we'll be back after now.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Nigeria's female Yellow Green suffered a 7-wicket defeat to Brazil in their latest match at the ongoing 2026 Kwibuka T20 Women's Tournament in Kigali, Rwanda. Nigeria's side was unable to secure victory as Brazil produced a composed performance to claim a comfortable 7-wicket win on Monday afternoon. The defeat represents another learning curve for Nigeria's women's cricket team as they seek to gain valuable international experience and improve their standing on the global stage. Egypt were denied a first-ever World Cup win after Romelu Lukaku forced an own-goal equalizer just seconds after coming on to rescue a 1-1 draw for Belgium in their Group G opener. Imam Ashour's superb 19th-minute opener from distance gave Egypt their first World Cup half-time lead. But the 7-time Africa Cup of Nations winners could not hold on to end their 92-year wait for a first victory at the tournament as Belgium's all-time top scorer Lukaku made an immediate impact off the bench.
Trying to slide that one through. He's on a tightrope. Sekou tries to ride the challenges. Onana, but a misplaced pass from him. He's there. De Ketelare, Tielemans. Kevin De Bruyne. Wasn't all that far away. But only fluency.
Play against him. He gets in certain positions and there's no, as a keeper, as a
action. Zico.
Marcelo Bielsa. 65 in the final round to finish on 17 under 263 in Caledon, Ontario. Round, Jones battled back from a set and a breakdown and a medical timeout to force a deciding set against Australia's Gibson. After being an early breakdown in the third, Jones hit back and held 2 matches points as result for victory at 5-3. However, world number 66 Gibson broke back and held firm in the resulting tiebreak to win 6-3, 5-7, 7-6, 7-4 after a grueling 3 hours and 6 minutes. That's sports news on Signature TV. I am Christopher Lely.
Welcome back. Now coming up next is Chief Ominimini Obiowebi, and we talked on 2027 political build-ups. Pandef hails Senator Saraki Dixon. Do take a look.
Delta are from. We are coming from the background that is so oppressed. Of course, you know political parties are synonymous to their programs. We've had PDP in Nigeria, we've had, and we're now having APC. The PDP government in Nigeria neglected the people of Niger Delta. The East-West Road, for example, for over 20 years of construction has not been completed. We have gas flaring militating against the people of Niger Delta. Our lifespan is so short today. We have seaports in Niger Delta, just like the Cypress Seaport, the Warri Seaport, the Brutus Seaport, the Cocoa Seaport, the Porako Seaport, the Calabar Seaport. They have been abandoned. All these years of PDP administration, they did not consider the people of Niger Delta. And we now have APC administration. We've had 8 years of Buhari in APC. We also got in 3 years of Tinubu administration. We have not seen any hope of the APC administration put a smile on our faces. Our children are not employable in the oil sector. Meanwhile, the oil and gas is purely limited to the people of Niger Delta that are producing majorly oil and gas in Nigeria. So, Niger Delta people have been praying. We have been looking for leadership that will recognize the people of Niger Delta with respect to their oil and gas. In fact, it is the universities in Niger Delta that started programs in petroleum management, petroleum production. So we have expertise in Niger Delta that can manage the affairs of the NNPC, of the NGC, Nigeria Gas, of the NUPRC, of the midstream and downstream, and all the NNPC parastatals. But we are nowhere to be found. So it is a thing of joy that one of the leaders in Niger Delta has been given the grace to form a political party, NDC. That is why we, the people of Niger Delta, are so happy with His Excellency Senator Saraki Dixon for giving the people of Niger Delta and Nigerians at large for an option which we feel will be a better option. So today, the people of Niger Delta are registering massively into NDC. So we have seen NDC as a party of hope for our people, because we have seen the track record of Saraki Dixon as a senator in Nigeria. His direction, his speeches, his body language. This is not a man, if his party is given the opportunity, that will neglect the people of Niger Delta. So PANDEF, being the upper socio-political umbrella of the people of Niger Delta, is interacting with the various leadership of many political parties to see the one that has interest of the Niger Delta at heart. PANDEF is also interacting with regional bodies such as Ohaneze Ndigbo, such as Afenifere, such as Middle Belt Forum, to have a unity, to have a come together in order to rescue the people of Niger Delta from the oppression, from economic deprivation, from lack of projects that is bedeviling the people of Niger Delta. As we speak, unemployment is killing our people. If only the ports in Niger Delta our people will be massively employed. If only train station leaking the people of Niger Delta, the rail line we have running from Itakpe, stop at Itakpe, and it's even an old pattern of train. The rail line that was used by colonial master in the 1890 and early 1900, that is, they gave to the people of Niger Delta, running a very short distance from Ujewu to Itakpe. So the people of Niger Delta are angry with Nigeria government. They treat us as if we are second-class citizens. This will not be allowed any longer by the leadership and the people of Niger Delta. That was
All
why
right, Chief
you see that
Obioremi.
PANDEF commended His Excellency Saraki Dixon.
Now, from what you've said, I mean, PANDEF is, you know, a socio-political advocacy organization rather than, you know, a partisan actor. So I'd like you to clarify, how do you draw the line between political engagement and political endorsement in this situation?
PANDEF is very, but PANDEF is not partisan. In fact, our leaders of blessed memory also had a political party, and that political party brought a lot of goodies to the people of Niger Delta. Dakwabriye, who was our leader, was politically involved, and PANDEF, under the leadership of Senator Edwin Clark of blessed memory, was also very, very political. We do not want one political party. If we see a political party that has the interest of the people of Niger Delta, we do not hesitate to put things on ground to ensure that that leadership succeeds. So we are non-partisan but political. We are politically involved. That was why you see that in last election, 2023, PANDEF in collaboration with Ohanes Indigo, PANDEF in collaboration with Middle Belt Forum, and Afenifere endorsed Peter Obi, who was the presidential candidate of Labour Party. So PANDEF will always be politically involved purposely to bring support to the suffering people of Niger Delta. As we are talking, the gas flag penalty that is being paid by the oil companies, we do not know where it is being used. Billions have been paid to the federal government for purpose of gas flaring. So the federal government is at peace receiving revenue from oil operating companies because it is now a source of income to federal government. Meanwhile, our people are dying. Our people are being killed. There is nowhere all over the world where gas flare penalty and where gas flaring is being carried out as it is in Nigeria. That gas that is being flared can be converted to domestic use. That gas that is being flared can be converted to industrial use. Today, we the people of Niger Delta and Nigeria are buying cooking gas at very exorbitant amount. So to the extent that some people can no longer afford it, our people now go to forests to fetch firewood, facing a lot of risk and disaster, snake bite, injury, etc. And we have gas that is being flared. Nigeria government is wicked. Nigeria government is wicked to the people of Niger Delta. In fact, so many governments in the past and in the present do not like the people of Niger Delta. They are treating us as if we are not citizens of this country. We are not saying that we should enjoy the oil and gas alone. But this is a situation where we do not enjoy it. Parts of this country that have resources that are more bringing money than the oil and taking their resources for themselves. Let's look, for example, we have gold in so many parts of Nigeria and in Southwest, but every month it is the oil and gas money that is on the table that is being shared by Revenue Mobilization and Fiscal Commission. Nothing comes from gold. Meanwhile, people are mining the gold. So, and our oil and gas is not available for us. They give us what they call meager 30%, but actually what they give is not up to 30%. However, people take the natural resources 100%. We have lithium, we have tin, we have columbite, we have iron ore, we have in northern Nigeria. The people from this area, mining them. Our children that even have the technology to convert the crude oil to kerosene, they are being destroyed every day, also leading to the devastation of environmental issues. So we have environmental degradation in Niger Delta today, and the federal government does nothing about it. That is why PANDEF has commended His Excellency Serake DC, because we have seen NDC, humanity platform, if supported by God to bring succor to the people of gold. It's only those who come from that area. The Oil Act is meant for the entire area. This is unfair, and in any way, the NNPC manages the oil and gas as if it belongs to people from other regions. NNPC board, as we speak, the chief executive of NNPC board is not from Niger Delta. So people of Niger Delta are calling on the federal government to also give us the chief executive of NNPCL, the composition of the board of NNPCL. We do not have any executive position. The one that is given to us is non-executive, as if the oil and gas is not coming from our region. So it is unfair.
How then does PANDEF intend to influence, this conversation, this national conversation, particularly as these political alignments are taking shape ahead of 2027? How does PANDEF come in, and what role will PANDEF play in influencing these conversations as the election draws near?
After the consultation with the leadership of various political parties, PANDEF will declare and direct the people of Niger Delta, the political party to vote for. Under the leadership of Chief Clerk, it was done. And under the leadership of Ambassador Igali and the chairman of our BOT, it will also be done. PANDEF will declare and direct the indigents of Niger Delta as to who the political party they should vote for in 2027 general election. Enough is enough. APC government is killing the people of Niger Delta. In fact, we may not be far from the truth if we call on President Tinubu to resign, because we do not see the benefit of the government of APC to the people of Niger Delta. We have a refinery in Port Harcourt. We have refinery in Warri. As we speak, this refinery are not functioning. Anything that concerns the people of Niger Delta has been abandoned. So we are saying that we deserve a better life. The goods and load getting egg should be properly taken care of. We want to take our destiny on our own hand now. We have kept quiet for too long, and we will do it in line with the existing law in Nigeria. Look at the 1999 Constitution. The 1999 Constitution is not the people's constitution. What our leaders fought for at independence was control your resources and pay tax to the center. As we speak, it is only the natural resources from Niger Delta that is feeding the entire Nigeria. Nigeria government borrows money, trillions, every to give to people. They said they have borrowed money to give to women for trade. Our women are not part of it. We do not know anybody, any woman that has benefited from that are being borrowed to give to women, that are being borrowed for trade, as it is being published in and television. So we have been benefits across boards in this country. Our people who worked in the various industries are not given proper promotions. Their counterparts from other are promoted against them. As you know, our people are very intelligent. When you talk of intelligence in this country, you mention people from years ago. We started producing professors, we have lawyers, we have administrators. Anywhere you find our people working in ministry, in parastatals, there is nobody to have the appropriate promotion. But they just bring people who are not even educated as our people and use them to talk. And it is our people.
Are you still with us, Chief Obioebi?
That Nigeria government does not have the interest of the people of Niger Delta at heart. In fact, our people are suffering. Those of them in the police are not properly promoted. Those of them in the army are not properly promoted. The very few that have opportunity to work in NNPC, in fact, they are treated like slaves. So we call for the overhaul of the system. We want to control our resources. We are so that we can pay tax to the center, because that was what our leaders agreed upon at independence.
Now, you've mentioned, the issue of marginalization. You've said that the government doesn't like Niger Deltans and treats, and Niger Deltans are being treated as non-citizens, or as if they are not citizens of the country. Now, I would like to ask you, what would you say is the reason behind this marginalization that you've talked about a number of times? Would you say that it is because of the resources in the Niger Delta, or would you say that there are other underlying factors at play?
It's a deliberate policy, because even the oil and gas we claim to have, the OML have been given to people outside this region. All the oil mineral leasing, all the oil blocks have been given to people outside our region. So some of these people, they feel that the only way they can protect these their illegal wealth is to suppress the people of Niger Delta. How do you also explain that all the ports in Niger Delta are not functioning and all the ports in Lagos are functioning? In fact, the coastal line in Nigeria, Niger Delta has over 90% of the coastal line in Nigeria. And the deep sea and the deep water is much available in Niger Delta than anywhere in Nigeria. So if there is actual port activities that should go on in Nigeria, that should be in Niger Delta. But the reverse is the case. We met with President Buhari under the leadership of Chief Clark in Pandev and gave him 16-point agenda. One of it is that all the oil operating companies should relocate their headquarters to area where they operate. But to date, that has not been done. When Vice President Osibajo was acting president, in fact, he gave executive order that all of them should relocate to area where they operate. But that directive didn't see the light of the day. They operate from Lagos, they pay tax to Lagos, and our states in Niger Delta do not receive single tax from these oil operating companies. They prefer using chopper to bring their people to work and take them back to Lagos. This is unfair. All the chief executives of the oil operating companies are from outside Niger Delta. The juicy employment in the oil operating company are outside Niger Delta. Our people have been casualized. Most of our people working that have opportunity to work in this oil operating company, they work as casuals, as temporary staff. This is a sin against the people of Niger Delta. But we cannot continue to speak and speak and speak again. We will take our destiny on our own hand. We know what to do. We will look at the laws and explore it to ensure that we relieve ourselves from this shamble that is being deliberately meted against the people of Niger Delta. That is why you see PANDEF as the upper socio-political body of the people of Niger Delta is working hard. Our national chairman is a man that is sound. He has been an ambassador, he has been a permanent secretary, he has been a chairman of governing council of university. So Ambassador God knows Igani is a man that can be called an intellectual. And in collaboration with the Timi ESCO, we shall, by the grace of God, ensure we work hard for the people of Niger Delta to be liberated from the economic oppression.
Now, looking at the political landscape in Nigeria, we've seen that new political parties often struggle to survive, with Nigeria's political structure currently. And seeing the commendations on the NDC, which is a new political party, what conviction or evidence convinces PANDEF that this movement is gaining traction, not just regionally, but nationally, and would stand, the test of Nigeria's political structure come 2027?
New political parties, yes, do suffer some setback, but this NDC is a wildfire in a dry forest. As we speak, we have discovered that millions of people have registered as members of NDC. And NDC sold form to aspirants, sold the expression of interest form to aspirants of recent. In fact, the number of people that bought form in NDC are more than the number of people that bought form in PDP and APC put together. That tells you that the NDC is a party of choice in Nigeria. I'm not the spokesperson of NDC, but what I'm telling you is a statement of fact. We also know that we have other people of Niger Delta in other political parties, such as PDP, and also such as APC. But as I spoke to you earlier on this program, without minding well, PDP government failed the people of Niger Delta. East-West Road was not constructed, no seaport was revamped, the refinery companies were moribund under PDP. DSC died under PDP, and APC also continued. That is why so many Niger Delta are now registering for NDC. And as it is, NDC, from our observation, has viable aspirants. And since NDC finished her primary, we have also seen that viable candidates also emerged in that primary. So NDC will not suffer what new political party suffer in Nigeria. So NDC is a party that has to be reckoned with from what we have seen. And the leadership is so viable. The national leader of NDC, His Excellency Seraki DC, has been a lawyer who practiced very well in Port Harcourt. When he was a practicing lawyer, in fact, so many SAN even fear to face him. And after that, he joined politics. He became a member House of Rep. He has served as Attorney General of Bayelsa State. He has also served as governor 2 tenure of Bayelsa State. And today, he is a serving senator. There is no leadership that could be more viable than that. So NDC is a viable political party that has to be reckoned with. Today, APC fears this entrance of NDC. If there is any political party they fear, is NDC. So the visit of the leadership of PANDEF to NDC is in the right direction. PANDEF is also visiting other political parties, and the visitation continues. It is after the sum up of this visitation, PANDEF will come out with a resolution prior to 2027 general election and give the people of Niger Delta and Nigeria, in collaboration with Ohanaeze Ndigbo, in collaboration with Middle Belt Forum, that this is the direction, this is the way to go in this country. Of course, when Chief Clark and Pa Adebayo, who was leading the Afenifere, gave directive to Nigerians and Niger Delta that they should vote for Labour Party, that they didn't see any light at the end of the tenure for APC administration. People have now come to believe on what they said. And in line with that direction, PANDEF will withdraw to the planning room and come up with a statement of declaration to our people on the party to vote for in 2027 general election.
All right, and now just before we go, what would you and PANDEF as a body consider a successful political outcome for Niger Delta in 2027?
I didn't hear well. Come again.
All right, I asked what you and PANDEF, you individually and PANDEF as a body, what would you say would be a successful political outcome for Niger Delta in 2027?
In fact, with what we have decided to do, by the time we have completed them, Niger Deltans will smile. Niger Deltans will live well, because this government of Nigeria has no plan for the people of Niger Delta at the moment. You do not need to do adverts to sell kerosene, to sell petrol, to sell diesel. And all over the world, modular refinery is an additional source of availability of petroleum products. We do not have single modular refinery established by the government of Nigeria for our people to have economic benefit. Now, they import fuel into Nigeria. That is a sin against the people of Niger Delta. We are working hard, and by the time 2027 comes and go, 2027 come and go, we will enjoy, because we do not want to continue with this present raping, with this present economic extermination of the people of Niger Delta. Nigeria government is committing genocide against the people of Niger Delta. Our people are dying daily as a result of gas flaring, as a result of the environmental degradation. They claim to be cleaning Ogoni. For many years, not even 10 by 10 feet has been cleaned in Ogoni. Every state, every oil-producing community is devastated like Ogoni. So when will they finish cleaning Ogoni before they move to Ijo, before they move to Urobo, before they move to Isoko, before they move to Ndokwa, before they move to Orom, before they move to Shekiri, and before they move to Edo? So, in fact, the federal government has no Niger Delta development at heart. The ND . The contractors in NGDC are dying every year because NGDC will give them contract and there is no payment. There are people who work for many years, completed their job. There is no money to pay them because what ought to be given to NGDC by the federal government is not being given to them. They give them peanut. Go and look at the records. Federal government is owing NGDC a lot of money, trillions of naira. And the Northeast Development Commission that was established by the federal government some years back, the federal government does not owe Northeast Development Commission, but they owe NGDC a lot of money. And now the South-South Development Commission has been established after we have cried, until Tinubu has sent to the bill. Today, no fund is being given to the South-South Development Commission for takeoff. That is another sin against the people of Niger Delta. We are praying. We are working hard. The leadership of PANDEF under Ambassador God knows Igali, in collaboration with the TIMI ESCO, are working hard to ensure that there is light at the end of the tunnel for the people of Niger Delta.
Thank you so much.
The permanent secretary.
Thank you so much, Chief Ominimini Obioremi, for joining us this morning. It's a pleasure to have you.
Thank you very much.
New every morning on Signature TV, we open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem. There's no outstanding gratuity when Obi took over from me. I left in all the accounts of Anambra State 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV.
Toyin Adewale, a veteran Nollywood actress, has revealed how her son, Nigerian musician Mayukun, first came in contact with Davido. Mayukun garnered global popularity after performing a rendition of Davido's song The Money. The cover later led to his contract with Davido's Music Worldwide, where he remained from 2016 until 2021. During an interview, Adewale revealed that Davido first approached Mayukun via social media after seeing the viral cover. According to her, the family did not immediately believe the message was genuine, as they suspected someone might have been impersonating the singer. She said that Mayukun later met with Davido, marking the beginning of their relationship that helped the start of his music career. Davido recently drew attention during the FIFA World Cup countdown concert in Los Angeles, where he wore a custom-made jacket bearing the names of kidnapped school children and teachers from Oyo State, a gesture aimed at highlighting their plight on the global stage. While giving fans a memorable performance at the World Cup event, Davido wore a customized leather jacket decorated with buttons bearing the names of the pupils and teachers recently abducted in the Owerri local government area of Oyo State. Meanwhile, the presidential candidate of the Nigerian Democratic Congress, NDC, Peter Obi, has praised Afrobeat sensation Davido for using his performance at the 2026 FIFA World Cup countdown concert to protest Nigeria's insecurity and mass abductions. Obi, who spoke via his official X handle, called Davido's actions an act of patriotism, transcending entertainment to demand crucial international scrutiny. Obi noted that Davido's impactful gesture in drawing global attention to Nigerian security challenges warrants commendation. He said that by utilizing his international platform, Davido effectively highlighted Nigeria's security crisis, transcending mere entertainment. South African government has expressed concern over the growing economic consequences of xenophobia allegations against the country, saying the backlash is affecting businesses and entertainers across Africa. South Africa's Minister of Justice and Constitutional Development, Mamoloko Kubayi, says several South African artists have lost performance opportunities on the continent, while businesses operating abroad are also facing challenges linked to the perception of xenophobia. Speaking during an interview, SABC Kubai insisted that recent actions taken by authorities were aimed at tackling illegal immigration and should not be interpreted as xenophobic attacks against African nationals. She also stated that the entertainment industry has been particularly affected, with several performers reportedly losing bookings as a result of the controversy. Kubayi disclosed that one entertainer informed her that all scheduled performances outside South Africa has been called off, resulting in a significant loss of income. The comments come amid renewed scrutiny of South Africa following reports of anti-immigrant incidents that prompted Nigeria, Ghana, Malawi, and other African countries to evacuate some of their citizens from the country. The controversy has also spilled into sports. Last week, South Africa's captain Ronwe Williams expressed disappointment after Bafana's 2-0 defeat to Mexico in their opening match at 2026 FIFA World Cup. Williams said he was surprised that many African supporters appeared to back Mexico rather than South Africa, and called for greater solidarity among African nations during international competitions. And that's the entertainment news. Tochukwu Eche for Signature TV News, Enugu.
Bright and early as the day breaks, as the newspaper headlines trail the stories that shape the day, we at Signature TV trail the headlines that trail the day. We interrogate the headlines. We analyze the stories that make the headlines.
Waye is overrated, and they even overrated themselves, and when people see it, they are insensitive of some Nigerian children who have never had what they call CBT.
With passion and emotion, we drive the conversation to change the narrative.
Let nobody be deceived by Nigerian high level of performing in agriculture export. We are still where we are.
Newspaper review on Signature TV every morning on Signature Morning, weekdays, and Signature New Day, weekends. Newspaper review on Signature TV. We do not just review the headlines, we make the headlines relevant to our daily lives.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on eVibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
I should try harder, so...
Okay, I don't know that one.
Outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hub's on eVibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
The way we see the world shapes the way we change it. Gender isn't just a checkbox, it's a lens. One that helps us understand the world more deeply and act more fairly. Gender Perspectives, a program for those ready to see more, do more, and be more. Designed to challenge assumptions, ignite conversations, and build inclusive solutions across every sector of society.
We are not, fighting the men. We are not saying we are equal in terms of rights. We're only asking they should recognize our existence.
Join us on Gender Perspectives, showing every Saturday by 4 p.m. Repeat every Wednesdays by 5 p.m. and Thursdays by 3 p.m. Change begins with perspective. Let's widen yours.
Welcome back. Now, for 5 decades, the Nigerian Navy primary schools have played a vital role in providing quality basic education. And so this morning we're looking at 50 years after Nigerian Navy primary schools in retrospect. Joining us on Zoom this morning is Lieutenant Commander Dr. Suleiman Rabiu. He is the head teacher, Nigerian Navy Primary School, Lagos. You're welcome to Signature Morning. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you, Ma.
Now, looking at, 50 years after Nigerian Navy primary schools in retrospect, first of all, I'd like to start from the beginning, exactly why the Navy entered the education sector. Can you walk us through, the genesis of the Nigerian Navy being involved in the education sector and, why they sought to do that?
Yes, good morning. As you said, I'm Lieutenant Commander Dr. Suleiman Rabiu. The school, let me start with the history. The school was established in 1976 by Nigerian Navy to provide basic education for children of naval personnel. The policy is that in every barracks that we have 200 naval personnel, the Navy put a policy that it must establish a school so that to ensure the personnel and surrounding community the basic education with the vision of clear to support national development through education while maintaining the core value of discipline, order, and excellence associated with Nigerian Navy. So that is this thing. The school gradually expanded with the structure to enroll and reputation. What started a small education facility has grown into response institution with time. So that is the Navy established it to ensure that the Nigerian Navy personnel, there are up to 200 in one barracks, has basic education. That is why they call it a welfare school for them to cater for the Nigerian Navy personnel. However, the Navy didn't it necessary that, okay, since the school is co-located with other civilian and other paramilitary, so the Navy also make it that other paramilitary and civilian alike, they can enroll in the school. Although the main this thing is a welfare school for Nigerian Navy personnel. Thank you. Hello?
How would you also describe or assess, the academic contribution of the Nigerian Navy primary schools to Nigerian education sector as a whole? I'd like to know what differentiates it from other primary schools or other education systems in Nigeria.
Okay, thank you. As I said, one, the school is a welfare school. The school is a welfare school. Then academically, the school have consistently produced pupils who excel in secondary school and beyond. And also many of our former pupils are now professionals in medicine, engineering, law, education, business, and even within armed forces. And beyond academic, we also succeed in instilling discipline, patriotism, leadership, teamwork, and in our people. This value reflects the ethos of the Navy, of the Nigerian Navy. So also, apart from that, since I am mentioning the achievement, is not only academic and other, we also excel in core curricular activities such as sports, debate, quiz, spelling bee, cultural display, and many more. So as holistic, the school contribute for development of the children. Thank you.
Now, you mentioned discipline while you were speaking, and I mean, the military, the armed forces is known for that strong discipline, and and sometimes it can be seen as quite a rigid form of instruction and discipline. So I want to know how that's, translating it now to the education system, handling the pupils in an educational environment. How do you translate that discipline? How do you impart that discipline in such a way that it doesn't also suppress, the ability of the pupils to engage with the teachers and with the authorities, and just as a whole, holistically?
Okay, as I mentioned earlier, military is the bedrock of discipline. Sorry to let me not be biased, but if you remove discipline from military, I think what you meant is not much. So it's what the discipline that inculcates to our children. We show them the discipline, the patriotism, leadership, teamwork among the pupils, because what we have is what we are giving. So you see the discipline they have different from other pupils outside. Because let me make example now. In our schools, when we said in Navy schools, or let me say military schools, when we said 8 o'clock, it means 8 o'clock. You see, all our children are complete. That 8 o'clock, it means 8 o'clock. That when we say, okay, we want to see all our children 8 o'clock. And not only children, because even the parent now, they have already learned, because they know where our standards. They've already learned, they know when we said, okay, this is so timing, they met with the timing. And when we said, okay, we want so this in uniform, you wear, so you know, see change, you see them in, they know we mean it, because the parents know we mean it. Do this, they will do this. Do that, they will not do it. So with that discipline now gave them so that the children know they are about. Even when they go outside, you see different with other children because of the discipline they have in our schools. You see them different from our discipline. Thank you.
All right. Now, for an institution that has survived for 50 years, I'm sure that there are obstacles and challenges. So what would you say have been the challenges so far, with, the Navy primary school? What would you say are the obstacles or challenges currently facing the system that needs to be addressed?
Yes, I will not say we don't have challenges. One, if you look at it, 50 years is not 50 days. So definitely there must be challenges, although we don't have much with the effort of the Navy and the parents that we have on ground. But definitely we must have one or two challenges. If you look at it, we have some, although we have employed more teachers with modern technology, modern knowledge, but all these computer aids, we have some teachers that also, but we are still working hard to train them and retrain them. And although the furnitures and other things, yes, Navy is trying, they are replacing them, changing them at intervals. The challenges that we have is not that much compared to other schools, because anywhere you have discipline, you have solved let me say, almost 80 or 90% of your challenges. Because the issue that you have outside, the stories that we used to hear outside other schools, issue of drugs, bullying, and other, we don't have it here. So you see, when we are able to tackle that one, handle that one, we have achieved almost 90% of our challenges. The only challenge we are facing is increasing in the amount of digital learning tools and improve learning environment. But honestly, Navy is trying compared to other schools. So we are trying retraining the teachers that are left behind, because yes, some teachers they are still, because the school is 50 years already. So some teachers have been there for more than 30 years, so you understand, but so now we have modern knowledge, so that this thing to uncover that curricular changes, we have to return, and we are doing it. So I think these are the few, but I don't think that we have much as far as challenges concerned.
Now, earlier on, you mentioned that the school started as welfare for Navy families, but now it's open to other people to come in as well. Now, what role would you say that this has helped when it comes to fostering understanding between military families and also civilian communities? How would you say that it has helped to bring both the military and civilians in that community, or in wherever the school is, together?
Yes, the school, being the school that we have military now and the civilian, honestly, it bring there is a cooperation between the military and the civilian, the host community. There is also understanding. Oh, when we say military, people are thinking that military, they don't go close to them. But now the civilian, they understand that military are more friendly than their civilian counterparts. Because it's not that because I'm in military, but I know we are more friendly. Suppose that it did not cross our border. But honestly, we are more friendly. So it's just that misunderstanding. But now that the civilian came and meet this thing now, they understand what we are thinking, because they say if you are looking, military is from far. But now if you come close, you understand that military is there are a set of people that have the humility, that they are humble, they don't have it. So, but unlike the understanding of other people, now the civilian, there is a civil military cooperation. There is civil military cooperation because the civilian now understand. And let me just say this thing, even apart from the civilian parents, we have civilian teachers. So we relate well with them. They understand that military is not the way people look at it outside. Now, this gives that room that, okay, military, the way we are looking at it is not the same thing that people are saying. Now, if you see our parents, some of them, they behave like they are in military, and that discipline is there. Because there's when they enter our environment, they see how we maintain discipline. So they definitely inculcate, learn from it. They definitely learn from it. They know that, yes, if they go outside, our parents, they are different from other parents, or let me say other civilians, because they learn some of our norms, values, and discipline, and others. So definitely there is different. They learn from it, and we are relating in harmony. And there is that military, civil military cooperation, honestly.
Now, for a school that has been around for quite a while, it has graduated a lot of pupils and students as well. So what about the alumni of the school, the Navy schools, primary schools? And what has been their contribution so far to the growth and the success? Apart from what the military is doing, the Navy is doing, what about the alumni of the school? Are you with me? Are you with me, Lieutenant Rabiu? Can you hear me? All right, we'll go on a break and we'll continue when we return.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on the Hub, your ultimate show on eVibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
So I should try harder. So
Okay, I don't know that one.
outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hub's on eVibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
Welcome back. We're still looking at 50 years Nigerian Navy Primary School in retrospect. Now, if you're still with me, Lieutenant Rabiu, before we went on that break, I asked about the alumni of Nigerian Navy Primary School, seeing that it has been around for quite a while and has graduated a lot of students and pupils. So what has been their contribution so far?
Yes, as I said earlier before, that many of our former because most of them, the children look at
Lieutenant Rabiu, are you still with me?
yes, I'm with you. This is the network, I think. As I said, many of them of our farmer peoples now are professionals in many fields, like medicine. So now the children now look at them as their mentors, because most of the time we do have career days that will invite the alumni. They will come around, and some of them, they do come to say, okay, we want to do so project, and so they are trying. And the children now, when we have a career day, we do invite some of our alumni, which they will come, and the children now will emulate them, because what they see is what they will learn from. So the children now look at it as these are the same people that are seniors live from this school. Now they are they are in so position. So with that one now, the children will have the zeal now to study more. And apart from that, the alumni, they are trying. They do, sometimes they will come. Okay, they will do some projects and this. And apart from that, even the presentation that they are giving us outside, even they represent us well, because we do have that this they are alumni of Nigerian Navy schools. Like of recent, I had Team University of Ibadan. One of our children, she was the overall best student. So that one make us pride that, okay, yes, one of us. We still have some in all other institutions. We have rear admirals that they finish from this our school. So with that one is what emulating from their seniors.
Of course. Now, let's look at the broader education sector because, you're also in the education sector. Now, what do you think about the current state of our education sector in Nigeria, and how would you say that that has impacted or influenced the Nigerian Navy Primary School?
Yes, if you look at the education system in Nigeria is a good one because when we see situations, we change that will suit our environment. Before we are practicing 4-3-3, 4 system, but now change the system to 3-3-4 system. So now, if you look at it, because the Nigerian Navy work based on the curriculum of the federal government of Nigeria. So whatever they bring, and there is the major part of the curriculum of Nigeria is inculcate norms and value of the societal value. So definitely our schools is not left behind. The same thing, we ensure that we inculcate norms and value of the society. Anywhere we find our schools, we ensure that. And it's beyond education, we still depend, ensure discipline and leadership, invest in student future, and consistent vision and critics of long-term impact. So look at all this one now is what we ensure our children based on what the federal government gave us as in the curriculum of the federal government. So that is how the Nigerian Navy School work too.
All right. Now, 50 years is a big one. So I'd like to know, are there any celebratory plans lined up for this particular, this particular milestone or this particular anniversary per se? What is the Nigerian Navy or the Nigerian Navy Primary School doing to commemorate this great milestone?
Yes, thank you very much. Indeed, as we said, it's a moment of gratitude to Almighty God for any institution, not only Nigerian Navy Primary. 5 decades of dedication to education, discipline, character formation, and national building. So we are celebrating, in fact, legacy and continuity. Line of activities, or let me say 8 days activities, which is commencing from the 19th of this month to 26th of this month. That is 19 June 2026 to 26. On the 19th, we have Friday Ojumat service. Then on the 20th, we have the community outreach, where we are going to conduct sanitation and pre-medical checkup to the host community. Then on Saturday, we'll carry out Sunday or church services. Then while on Monday, we have march pass to Western Naval Command and Nigerian Navy Shipping Corps, where our leaders are, to show our gratitude to Nigerian Navy for what they do to us for the past, how they maintain the school for the past 50 years. Then on Wednesday, which is the 23rd, we have sporting activities where we invite our sister schools and our and other not neighboring schools within the host community. While on Thursday, which is 24th of June, we have intellectual activities. That is, we have quiz, debate, spelling bee competitions. Then on Friday, which is 25th, we have the alumni day where we invite, although we've already invited them, they are where they will come for reunion. Then they'll also come to, it will be like a career day for our children. The children will come to, the alumni will come and educate the children, tell them from various professions. They will tell them, I'm a lawyer, I'm a doctor, I'm a military personnel. This is it. So it will be like a kind of career day and a reunion for the alumni. Then while the last day we conduct the grand finale, which will invite high-profile personalities that they will come, both military, civilian, politician. They will come and grace the occasion. They will come and will say thank you and at least wine and dine on that day. Thank you very much. Which is the last day.
Now, as that's quite an interesting one, and while we are looking back at the past 50 years of the Nigerian Navy Primary School, what do you hope for the next 50 years? What would you say should be the priorities of, improving the school so that by the next 50 years there would be some improvements and betterment of the school as well? So what do you hope for? What do you believe or think should be a priority? What do you think needs to be improved on, changed, as the years go by?
Okay. Yes, with this 50 years now, we have learned several key lessons. Where that education remains the strongest foundation for national development. Then the institutional success depend on collective responsibility. That is, it's not only the Navy, so it has to do with the parents. It's a institutional success depend on collective responsibility. Then discipline and leadership are essential for sustainability, because we see how our children will give them, we have the prefect, the head prefect and others. So definitely we give them, without them leadership. So we also have the investment in children is investment in future. We look at it because we have seen in our alumni, some of them that they are now big men in the society, and they contribute to national development. So we have seen that yes, investment is what in investment in children is investment in future. Then the consistent vision and critical for long-term impact. So looking ahead, fully modernize drive technology in our school environment. Then we aimed at upgrading our infrastructure. Then introduce digital, although we have to the first 50, we ensure before next 50 years we introduce digital that is more robust. Then we improve the teachers' capacity. Then also expand learning space. Although we have a bus, we have enough, but we still want to expand, because we said blessing, you can never say that blessing is enough, but we ensure we have vast. Then we strengthen partnership with stakeholders and alumni. That is another point that I will strengthen on. we'll strengthen partnership, because now, yes, it's maybe, but to ensure that we strengthen partnership and strongholders with alumni. Then we also want to build a stronger alumni network that will support mentorship, scholarship, and development of projects. Ensure that by the grace of God, that the alumni now will bring them to ensure, because we've seen it in other institutions. So now that they will, the school development project, then we'll also ensure the next 50 years are even more impactful than the effort we are trying to put.
All right. Just before we go, I would like to ask you this question. Now, would you say that Navy schools still have the standards that it had 50 years ago when it first started? Would you say that the standard of the school today in this moment is the same as it was when it first started, as it became known? Lieutenant Rabiu, are you with me? Okay, it's quite unfortunate. It seems that we have lost connection with Lieutenant Commander Dr. Suleiman Rabiu, who is the head teacher, Nigerian Navy Primary School, Lagos. And we were just looking at 50 years after Nigerian Navy Primary Schools in retrospect. Thank you so much for joining us, Lieutenant Rabiu. And yes, thank you so much for joining us as well. We'll go on a break and Signature Morning continues after now.
We are local.
International communities observing
Why the main market is in chaos? People.
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye. We have taken it by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have, some of them, at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Tigiti Agorum, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV.
than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Chigichi Agorom, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV.
The way we see the world shapes the way we change it. Gender isn't just a checkbox, it's a lens. One that helps us understand the world more deeply and act more fairly. Gender Perspectives, a program for those ready to see more, do more, and be more. Designed to challenge assumptions, ignite conversations, and build inclusive solutions across every sector of society.
We are not, fighting the men. We are not saying we are equal in terms of rights. We're only asking they should recognize our existence.
Join us on Gender Perspectives, showing every Saturday by 4 p.m. Repeat every Wednesdays by 5 p.m. and Thursdays by 3 p.m. Change begins with perspective. Let's widen yours.
New every morning on Signature TV, we open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem. There's no outstanding graduate when Obi took over from me. I left, in all the accounts of our numbers, 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV. Bright and early as the day breaks, as the newspaper headlines trail the stories that shape the day. We at Signature TV trail the headlines that trail the day. We interrogate the headlines. We analyze the stories that make the headlines.
Why is overrated, and they even overrated themselves and went into CBT. They are insensitive of some Nigerian children who have never had what it was CBT.
With passion and emotion, we drive the conversation to change the narrative.
Let nobody be deceived by Nigerian high level of performing in agriculture export. We are still where we are.
Newspaper review on Signature TV every morning on Signature Morning, weekdays, and Signature New Day, weekends. Newspaper review on Signature TV. We do not just review the headlines, we make the headlines relevant to our daily lives.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Cool but rainy morning in the Federal Capital Territory, Abuja. My name is Mwabos Njoko, and this is Signature Morning. Let us start this way. It is the season of politics. For now, it is intra-party politics. The political parties are choosing their candidates for elections at the different levels of governance in our country. But it is also what I may call the season of reckoning. Because a number of the candidates will begin to make promises. A number of the candidates will begin to tell you what they have done. They will have a saying that if you know you can cure the devil's arrow, let me tell you what the Igbos call the devil's arrow, whitlow. If you can cure it, if you can heal it, let's see your fingers and see whether your own fingers are straight. You cannot have crooked fingers caused by whitlow and you say, oh, I am an expert in curing or healing people with whitlow. That's not true. So it is also the season of reckoning for those of them who are already in government and who want to continue rendering service. What manner of service have they rendered to warrant asking the electorate to give them another mandate? In the course of this program, you get to know why we want to interrogate this issue. For now, let me introduce my guest. My guest this morning is Prince Elias Odemena. Prince Odemena is the publisher of Head News magazine, and he's very interested in public affairs, especially in the outcome of governance in our country. Outcome measured by the level of development, different levels of our federation experience in different administrations. Prince, and I welcome you to the program.
Good morning.
Yeah, welcome.
And thank you for having me.
Great. Prince, I said this could be the season of reckoning. Can I ask how you feel, what expectations you have as the political parties begin to make their choices? Because all these will lead to actual elections and the enthronement of government at different levels. What should the political parties be doing now in selecting their candidates?
Yeah, the political party selecting the candidate is one thing, and letting the candidates to know the manifesto of the party, manifestos of the party is another thing. Some of them are jumping from one political party to the other without knowing the manifestos of that political party you are joining. And then at the end of this, things will not augur well to the political party, to the candidates themselves, and to the nation in general. How can you enter a bus that you don't know the destination of that bus? For instance, it cannot see a luxurious bus going to Owerri or Abia or Kaduna. You jump into it when you are going to Lagos. So you must know the manifestos of the political party you are joining.
Yeah, but Prince, that also brings me to something. You just raised a different issue totally. Do we really know the manifestos? Are the political parties hinting, because it's not time for campaign yet, so they may say it's not time for us to unwrap what we have and bring this content out of the envelope? What kind of manifestos should the Nigerian electorate be expecting for the political parties, and therefore being able to align the candidates to the manifestos of those parties? What kind of expectations should Nigeria be having?
You know, manifestos is a strategy. It's what you are going to lose in selling yourself to the public.
But it's a promise as well.
Yeah, yes, of course. But from how many years now? In the past, from up, more than 2 decades now, many people will contest election on the political party, and they will not know the manifestos of that political party. And this is one of the problems we are having in Nigeria as a nation. You can ask anybody. Also, they're supposed to be telling people, these are manifestos, this one. That's what they're supposed to tell people first. If I'm a national party of a chairman, and you are coming to my party, I say, this is this is our manifestos. This is what we believe. This is
what we stand for.
What it stand for? Then during the campaign, then it start to
break those things down,
telling it to the people. But then we have hazardly tell people during the campaign, this is our manifesto, without
the candidates themselves being knowing or being convinced that they can deliver on those
manifestos.
Okay, Prince, that is our expectations from the political parties. But this conversation this morning is being rooted in the subnationals. And I'll tell you why I want to root this conversation in the subnationals. The president, Bola Ahmed Tinubu, has on more than 10 occasions said that his government is generating more revenue than any other government in recent history. And that his statement has been supported by virtually every other state governor in this country by admitting that they are getting much more money than they have ever gotten before. Every time you and I and some of our other colleagues sit down to do analysis of the outcome of governance and all that, we seem to focus our attention on the federal government. Whereas if you look at the quantum of money going to now to the states governments ought also be held to account. Now, a number of the state governments will be having their this is their last tenure. This is after May of next year, they are gone and gone for good. But some of them want to continue. Is it not time we began asking questions? If you want to continue, tell us what we accomplished. Since you are getting much more money, show us, as Igbo say, show us your hand. Is it not time?
Yeah. Let me just digress a little bit.
Yes.
I met one American during the Buhari regime. He told me that in the United States, some people do not know the name of their president. All they know is that they vote for party and their county chairman and their governor. They don't who they know. They don't know any other person. But first of all, let me use the medium to thank President Bola Ahmed Tinubu for giving governors more money for those who are working with the money, and less job for those governors who believe in frivolities. You see, it is painful at times.
Yes, please.
Let me start from Cross River, Governor Utu. There's a program he called Kick Out Hunger and Bamboo something initiative. He brought Chinese people. And this bamboo initiative of Governor Utu can give Nigerians more than 10 million jobs when they finish this thing. And the population of Joes looking for jobs in Cross River may not be up to 500,000. So I commend Governor Utu for that one. And the president should help him more, help Governor Otu on that. You go to Adamawa.
Okay.
Adamawa.
Adamawa
State. Governor Fintiri. He built one model school in each of the local government. 5 flyovers, international shopping complex with a conference center. That one is still ongoing. A lot of projects going there. You go to what they call it, Oshu State. There was a time the president, no, not the president, the federal government is I don't know whether they have finished their court case with the governor.
Yes.
And
that's over local government revenue.
And the federal government block
allocation
going to Oshu local government. But it does not stop the governor, the dancing governor. It didn't stop him from working. Adeleke is working without that, that
allocation to local government.
And when he's having some problem, he called his elder brother. They do that. He also called Davido. They brought in money for him to start handling a local government fund. I am from Southeast. Let me say that I prefer to call myself an Igbo man, because instead of calling myself from Southeast, because if you want to know the real people from Southeast, it starts from Benue, Cross River, Akwa Ibom, Rivers. Some of our Igbos brothers, they're in Benue. We have 13 indigenous people of.
Let's leave that.
Okay, let's leave that. So we know what is happening in all those things. Go to Abia State, for instance. Some people come and say, Tinubu is giving LSOT money. He's giving LSOT money. He's giving Abia State money. My question to them is Tinubu giving LSOT money from his pocket? Is it not the same allocation he's giving to the 36 state governors? Is it not the same thing they are giving them? Is it not the same money that Wike is receiving in the center? Wike is performing very well in Abuja. Is it not from the same source, federal government, that said the LSOT is everything out of envy? My brother, I'm not a fan of LSOT, but as an Igbo man, I'm proud of LSOT. How can a LSOT? He just celebrated under 2 years of his being a governor. He did what three governors could not do in 24 years. Under 2 years, that time. Now, under 3 years, now he just celebrated 3 years. His record showed that he commissioned 414 roads. When we are busy doing our stala here, going to our Muslim eating and doing merriment, and that's what was commissioning project in Abia State. How can we count? Abia State is about former state government, they are owing about $190-something billion. Google it, you will see it. And let's want to reduce it to 42. He cleared $140-something billion from the Abia State debt. And what they call them, debt management.
Yes.
They recommended the election.
No, can you hold your peace there?
Yes, sir.
Because why I say you hold your peace, you have raised something that should be an integral part of this conversation. You know that the issue we're addressing now is holding the state governments to account. Now, we began that conversation by taking up statements made by the president himself that the federal government is giving more money to the states, and the state government themselves admitting that they're getting much more money than at any time in the history of this country. You are trying to give me examples of states that are performing. But permit me, I'm going to give you the list of the 10 most indebted states in Nigeria. And I ask you whether it is not a contradiction. Lagos state government is owing 2.65 trillion naira. Is debt. These statistics are from the Debt Management Office. Kaduna is owing 1.03 trillion. Rivers State Government is owing 641.29 billion. Edo 596.9 billion. Ogun, 491.28 billion. Cross River, 455.34 billion. Bauchi, 407.83 billion. Enugu, 355.35 billion. Delta, 291.95 billion. And Imo, 262.64 billion. These are the 10 most indebted states in Nigeria. Now, I cannot measure development statistically like this. If the level of indebtedness is to be measured against the amount of money you have borrowed, Lagos State should be the most developed, followed by Kaduna, followed by Rivers, followed by Edo, Ogun, Cross River, in that order till get to Imo. These 10 most indebted states in the country are supposed to be the most developed because they have borrowed so much money in addition to all the monies given to them by the state government. Now it is time of reckoning. Elections are coming. Should we be asking questions? This is your level of indebtedness. Can you weigh it against the level of development? Prince, I decided to go through these statistics to enable you now begin to raise questions or answer questions as to what the state governors will be telling us now, why they performed or did not perform, why they will ask for re-election or not.
So thank you also for this information that you brought in now. Indebted state. Let's see the other state as our as our example of a state developing without no.
Yeah, that's the point I'm trying to make. Because you are citing Abia State, yes, as developing, but as a state is not one of these indebted states. So where is the money of this?
Yes. So, excuse me. Everything depends on the behavior of your governor. Everything depends on the behavior of governor. Governors and the local governments, Tinubu will not be there forever. Because I thank Tinubu for creating a local government autonomy and making sure that he's pumping money to the state and local government. Tinubu even went to Supreme Court. He didn't do it with executive order. He went to Supreme Court and he got judgment for the state government. Are they seeing the money? I need to ask them questions, not today. Tomorrow.
The time of
reckoning is coming. Time of reckoning is coming. That's what I'm using electricity as an example. Where is he getting the money? It's not from the same federal government allocation. Do you know this route? As I said, let me not say, development twice, as I said, was dead before electricity coming. Development twice. But electricity came, he brought, he assumed like a and the Sambakwe, the development site. Assume it and start working. Go to a new local government. So a man, even if he doesn't do anything, he did 200 primary health care centers. It's kind of I said. The old one, he modernized them, he built new ones with a modern lab, reducing reduce the traffic to the general hospital and the other hospital and private hospital. Because if you're having a minor headache in my village,
you don't need to go.
I don't need to go to what they call it.
Any reference hospital.
Yeah, but he made that's easy, and the people at Fabia, they're happy with that. Apart from that, he's building like last time during the time during his third time.
Third year anniversary.
He laid a foundation sort of a hospital in Bend. He's building one in ENUGU. He's building many, and at the same time, if you go to Arochukwu General Hospital, half of the hospital We occupied half of the hospital. Who is modernizing all those things? Where is he getting the money? Go to Aba. Aba was the dirty capital of Nigeria. See what he did in Aba. Investors are coming to Aba. Now they are manufacturing tire in Aba. When you company, a man spent $100 billion to raise the food processing industry in Aba. Bring it to people in Aba. People now, and let's notice, as I'm talking to you now, the airport, because the former governor, let me not, he said that he collected 10 billion naira for airport. But people who are making jest of him say that he built it for witches and wizards. That's why Elizabeth cannot see the airport. But Elizabeth is building airport now. Now, there are feasibility study going on how it's going to be Obaku port. Where is Elizabeth getting the money? That's my question. It's not from the same governors. A governor can come now. And do you know one good thing about ENUGU? Apart from giving them that excess fund, they are giving all the things. When governors did federal government told in their state, federal government refund them. So you can see some governors, they are flying private jet, their wife is flying private jet. If their wife want to do her, they will have to private jet, go to Abuja and do private jet and go to their state. Some of the governors in Nigeria, they live in private jet more than sitting in the office. And they're asking me what are they doing with the money. They're using the money for politics. Maybe when they share the money to some people, they'll be shouting. No? How can a governor, a state in Nigeria receive averagely, some of them, about 50 billion every 8 years.
Much more than that.
No, that's actually average. But a governor cannot cite a project of a project of 50,000 naira in the local government. It can't be even what they call it, culvert or public toilet. What do you do with the state government money? The local government money. We have answered for all this question, no? And let's what is opening our eyes. Fintil is opening our eyes. People like Governor Otu, they're opening our eyes. Adeleke, I tell you what's happening in Adeleke, you know. How can a governor? Because a governor is tying a road that costs 3-4 local governments. Federal government road that will collect the money. And it will sing hallelujah. That I think there's a project that passed through your state. No. Local government money is for local government, not for state governors, not for their wives. How can excuse me, at times, I like using LSOT as a yasi. LSOT don't spend, he stay in Niger State. It doesn't move out. It hasn't moved out. If you come to Abuja, the next day you go back. The same thing as some governors. How can a governor be living in Abuja and you are governing your state? When they are stealing, you will not know. When at times they will bring a paper for you to sign, and they will go put you be licensed in Abuja, and you call yourself a governor.
Now, Prince, you know that this conversation is also supposed to help the electorate make decisions. This conversation is supposed to help us begin to create pegs for the governors, for the electorate. Because very soon there will be billboards everywhere. Some governors want to come back. Very soon there will be billboards everywhere. Some governors who have completed their tenure would want to go to the Senate. And it is a candidate becomes attractive to the electorate when the electorate is satisfied with his precedent. When he was governor, how did he perform? What did he do? How accountable was he? And therefore, why can I trust him with the Senate's responsibility, with the Senate seat? Now, the Nigerian voter who has not seen any improvement in the hospitals since Governor A began his governorship. The Nigerian voter who has not seen any improvements in schools and educational facilities since Governor A came to power. The voter who has not seen any improvement in the roads, the urban areas that do not even have water. I'm talking of things that are within the control of the state government. How should the electorate be reacting to their candidature if they begin to rear their heads and say, I want to go to the Senate or I want a second term? What should the electorate be saying to them now? Because we're saying the day of reckoning is coming.
Yeah. Yeah. First of all, any sitting governor that doesn't perform have no business going for a second time. Any governor who did not perform have no business going to Senate. What are you going to Senate? As a governor, you have the money to develop the whole state. But you use the money in flying private jets. Now you want to come to state to come and do what in the Senate? To come and be hiding in the Senate? Nigeria, please, I'm begging you, if your governor did not perform, don't let him to come to the Senate. Now, as a governor, you didn't see him, you can't hold him. You know when you come to Abuja, you come and hold him responsible for what, hold him for a development. Good development you don't want him to do for you again. And again, where we are going to put eyes in Nigeria now is the governors that want to plant a person who will replace them.
We'll come to that. That is very critical. We'll come to that. This is Signature Morning, and we're reaching you from Abuja, the Federal Capital Territory. Take a break. You're welcome back. My guest is still in the studio, Prince Elias Odemena. Prince Elias Odemena is publisher of Head News magazine and is a public affairs and is taking a lot of interest in governance and the outcome of governance. Prince, you were talking to the electorate. A governor who did not perform cannot suddenly learn how to perform when he comes to the Senate. A governor who did not perform in the first 4 years cannot suddenly discover himself in the next 4 years that he wants to ask for. So the electorate, you are talking to them. Please continue.
As I said before, if you are a governor and you are not doing anything, and you think that when you come to Abuja, you make your central district to be a Paris in Africa. No. Some of them are coming to Abuja to be residents, sleeping in the National Assembly. They don't have. What do they know? How do they know? Some of them are governors. They don't know their left and their right. They don't know their left and their right. Do you know? The problem we are having is that people always muzzle power. When you muzzle power, you make everybody in the state to be apprehensive. In some state, like if I'm from some allegedly, that was my son, somebody told me, allegedly if you are from state, if you talk against what government is not doing, or he said government is not doing this, tomorrow, the governor will tag you a member of IPOB. Tomorrow, the government will tag you as a member of ECL. The people who are so apprehensive in the southeast, the Igbo land, that where some governors, they feel free and do whatever they like. Because nobody will talk to them. But as I told you, the day of reckoning is coming. He cannot be governor for more than 8 years. Even if you are governor for 16 years, that 16 years will elapse one day.
Now, Prince, I have a challenge personally. And can I share my challenge with you?
Go ahead, sir.
These governors who did not perform, about whom we are speaking now, still find their ways to picking tickets for the political parties. And the political parties will tell you they have an influence because the political parties want to win election. So, with their influence, they become prized in their political parties because they are most likely win election. Can we now please have a conversation on how these governors and how these non-performing politicians win the election? Let me cite one or two examples. Very soon you will start seeing printed cloth with their names and their pictures on them. And women whose own dresses have torn and have been patching and managing in the past 2 years or 3 years or 4 years of that governor's tenure will suddenly get 3, 4, 5 pieces of cloth to wear. And suddenly, people will start getting empowerment. Envelopes of 10,000, 5,000. And suddenly, the electorate will start seeing these same people coming to the market square to shake hands with traders and all that, and then sitting down to join the akra fryer, or the person selling palm wine, or the person selling hura de nunu, sit down to buy and eat and drink with them. And the electorate tends to forget the non-performance of the past 4 or 5 years. So what do you say to the electorate? Because you see it play out.
Everything is crystal clear. In Nigeria, governors any other option than to wait for you during the campaign. So you mentioned clothes. Some will give bag of rice. They will spend the state money. Governor this bag of rice, for this rice, for this salt, and they will be sharing it to electorate. My brother, we have enough land in Nigeria. If you are a governor, that money they are going to use in buying of rice to share to people. Why not use that money to cultivate rice? To have rice farm, agricultural farming, animal husbandry. We can use that money. So let's vote now. I don't see them. People are campaigning, shouting their head. Electorate is busy commissioning projects. It's not campaigning, and it's not campaign. That was one day, as the president of, as the convener of Igbo Union, if electorate governor of Abia State, that means that the Igbos are so ungrateful. The least he can score is 85. We can accept it. We said it before. And let's what if he scored 80%, you're going to be governor of Abia State.
Okay, Prince, I'm going to take you on now frontally. You, because you mentioned something, you are the convener of
Igbo Union.
Igbo Union. Can I tell you also what these politicians will do and what they do? Because you are the convener, and because you hold these meetings all over the country and sometimes outside the country, speaking, trying to organize Igbo people where they are, they see you as a point of influence. And Prince, they want to reach the mass of people following you, and they come in evening and say, Prince Elias, we need to, we need to I just manage this 500 million. Because I'm telling you what happens. What should people like you therefore be doing? Because you become the vehicle for convincing those who have been impoverished to vote for the person who impoverished them.
Yeah, thank you for this point. Before Governor Soludo started demolishing part of Onitsha market, I was in your sister station, Arise Television, and I told him that if you are breaking that market, you are not an emperor, you are a governor. Before you start to do what you want to do, please make sure that you have alternative place for the people of
those traders,
those other Ochanja market or all those markets. Not Ochanja, I think it's Ochanja, that's the market. I told them, look for a place where the traders can stay before you start. Or one of building a new market. Do you know that after that interview, somebody from Onitsha come and said that they want to honor me in Onitsha? I told him, no. I did it free of charge. I did it as an Igbo man. It's just a news clip, news interview. The people of Arise Television, they invited me. They didn't charge me money. So why should I use money? Why should I be collecting money from the people of or the traders from Onitsha? Oh, they want to give me something. They are happy with what I said, defending them. Well, because they shut the market because of sit at home at Monday, yes, because of Nnamdi Kanu. That's why the people say they will not do. And I talk it sensible, like, but not what we are going to now. They should listen Nnamdi Kanu so that sort thing will start, so that all those things will stop. That's what I'm going now. But let's come back to what
yeah, because the point I was trying to, the point I made was that people like you become the point for getting those who are impoverished by those in power to get your followers to then vote them back into power.
That's why we are saying that now any governor who refuses to perform, don't accept him, don't accept all his lineup, all his candidates. You know, they'll have candidates. Some of them will have, they want a person who will come and cover their shame. When you are there for 8 years, you didn't do anything. Then one governor from Southeast, he said in the office, a month to the time he's going to hand over, he was crying that, God, can you give me 2 months ago? He said, even if they give you 6 months, you cannot perform. So people should stop all these cultural groups. Please, this is the time, you people, because after the free sharing rights, after that turn on, people start suffering again. Don't vote anybody that you know that is, doesn't have their goodwill in their mind. Let me tell you something. In Igbo Union, we want to honor this woman. They say, why can't you honor her husband? Akpabio. Because it's Akpabio. We want to honor his wife. Because Akpabio, as a governor, he started road from Akwa Ibom to Arochukwu. There's a bridge they call Nkana Bridge. I think about 500, meters. Akpabio did it, showing the relationship between the old Southeasterners. Akpabio today, that's not what we are doing, but I have to digress more. Akpabio today, he's former chief of staff at an Igbo man. He's the one serving as an Igbo man. He built church in his in ENUGU, roads in ENUGU. So Igbo Union said to honor his wife because of what he's doing to us. And this is a challenge to our daughters that married influential men. So always tell them, please, this is where I am from. We don't have roads in our place. We don't have this, we don't have that. So they can do it. Not that when a flesher man married you, you forget their source. Because there's an adage that said that any river that forgets its source will dry up. So politicians, I'm begging, what they call it? I'm begging the electorate. I'm begging cultural groups.
Okay.
Please don't accept anything from politicians. Always tell them this and do this, that. How can a governor be saying, you stay 8 years, you didn't do anything? when you want to go out, you plant your in-law, your son-in-law. They can't work in the southeast. They can't work in the southeast. There was allegedly a governor from southeast who wanted to plant his a young man sleeping with his daughter to be a governor. But the people rejected the son-in-law.
Oh, okay, no, wait. There's a difference, Prince. Let us be both courteous and civil with our language. If
you're sleeping with your wife, can be an in-law. Let us call the person his in-law.
Yes, that's not somebody sleeping with his daughter. No.
Okay, I know too.
Prince.
But tell him sleep with your daughter.
Please.
Okay, I will do that. I will do that.
I'm an elder.
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much.
Yes, sir, I will do that.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Now we are discussing.
I know. You said now. Please let us be serious.
Yes. Let us. We have been focusing on the governors.
Yes, sir.
In assessing the failure or success of the subnationals and what the electorate should be doing with them. Now, can we begin to look at the local governments? You raised something here this morning, and that is you thanked the president, Bola Ahmed Tinubu, for working to give financial autonomy to local governments. The expectation from ordinary Nigerian, therefore, is that the local governments should be given more development at the local level. But for goodness sake, that's not what is happening. Even though the president contradicted himself, and I must admit, I must say that publicly, because after obtaining that Supreme Court judgment that gave financial autonomy to the local governments, the president told the governors when they visited him in Ikoyi that he was not taking away their local government from them. That was contradiction. But let us assume that the judicial pronouncement is the bottom line, is the ultimate position. Why is it that the local government chairmen seem to be just lapdogs sitting attached to the governors as masters? What should the electorate be telling them? Because some of them also want to return for a second term, or some of them want to go for higher positions, political positions. Is it not time also to begin to say, let's begin to hold them to account?
Yeah. You know, that's where we went to last time. They said that to whom much is
given.
No, they said during our NUJ press week in Transcorp.
Yes.
They said to whom much is expected, much is
what should be
to whom much is expected,
much should be given.
Not the other way we also. So these governors, they are the problem of Nigeria. You are talking about holding
the local government chairman
accountable. How can you hold the local government accountable when they handpick all those local government? Some of them are attacked. Some local governments are attacked. It's only in Niger State here you see a local government chairman who has a doctorate degree, who is a doctor, who is this and who is that. So local governments are attacked. And governor brought them. This, at the end of the day, allegedly, I'm not here. He will say that he received 500 million.
And you sign.
At the end of the day, when chiefs are down, there must be rate for
of course.
Local government chairman, and let me warn you, you are going to account for the money you are collecting. Go to Niger State. They have social development something, I don't know what they call it. That's why Electoral is working in all the local governments in Niger State. All the local Electoral is working in all the local governments in Niger State. Project. So we will not see one single
naira from their own allocation.
Yes, from one single convert. But go to Electoral building hospitals, roads, schools.
Prince, let us not make it an legislative program.
No, we
have used him so many instances to say. But let us.
Yes, people should be emulating that man, that short man. That short man they call electricity. People should be emulating him. He's tall at surface, but a giant at heart.
Yeah, but the issue I want you to address is what should we be telling? Is it okay? You said that a number of those local government chairmen may end up in jail because they have now received Supreme Court backing to be financially autonomous. If they are there and they're signing documents that incriminate them as having received what they did not receive, if their reckoning is coming.
Yes. Yes.
And if they end up in Kuje or Kirikiri, that is surely their own business.
Yes.
But the electorate is my interest this morning. Some of the local government chairmen may want to go to higher political positions. If they are so lily-livered as not to protect the authority, autonomy given to them by the judiciary, should they go any further?
No. Local government chairmen, as I said before, governors have picked them. But where are you going to hold them? Okay, some of them that are educated, that want to go to House of Assembly, they want to go to House of Rep. Even some of them would like to go to the House of Senate. It depends. Electorate will ask them, you are local government chairman for 3 years, 4 years. What did you do to us? What did you do for us? What did you brought to us? Electorate should reject them. And not only local government chairman, electorate should reject senators, House of Rep members, House of Assembly members who want to come back again, or who want to go and do other things. Electorate should reject them. I believe they should reject them. In Nigeria, governors feel that. A governor now, you be a governor. When you want to select your commissioner, you select by yourself. But when president want to select minister, you want him to consult with you before president can select a minister
for your state.
And yes, a minister. And those governors, they overbearing, they over-assessing themselves. They are giving themselves the power they don't have. But we are waiting for them. That's why some of them, after being a governor, they want to go and be Senate president because they cannot mix with people, so that the immunity will be covering them. A governor, after being a governor, they want to go and be a Senate president. No. Akpado is not my friend. By the grace of God, if Tinubu comes back to power, let Akpado remain there. But if any other person comes, if they want to choose Akpabio, I'll be happy because Akpabio is our in-law. He's doing a lot. He's doing a lot for us in Igbo.
Praise. Now, there is an institution that ought to be holding the state governments and the state governor to account and prevent the governor from the excessive use of his executive powers, the state legislature. You just said now that it is the state governor that most of the time handpick those who become local government chairmen. You also said here that the state governors wrestle the money allocated to local governments to do whatever they want with it. If the state governors are acting this way, what of the state legislature? The state legislature is supposed to check the excesses of the governors. It is either they are complicit or they are incompetent. If they are complicit, what should the electorate act? If my phone was here, I could have shown you videos of some legislators who want to return to power across the country. And I sit down and ask myself that if these people are not able to check the excesses of the governor and they want to go back to power, what do they go back there to do? So, those of them who want to even return to the state legislature, who have not been able to perform and check the governors, should they go back there?
You say they are either
complicit, or incompetent.
Incompetent. They are both. They are both. The dictators are both. You ask me why? Okay, some governors will come to power now. When they come to power now, the opposition party, they have something like 9 members in the House of
Assembly.
You know what they will do? They'll go and buy. They'll go and buy them. When they bought them over, then his party will have majority in the House of Assembly.
Prince, did you hear the language he used? And that is the language I want you to address. They buy them over. In other words, those legislators have put themselves up for sale.
They are now slaves to the governor. I'm coming, sir. They are not slaves to the governor. I said, if a governor come to power now, some of them, what they will look, how many? He said 9 members, 10 members of opposition party, maybe 3 from that, 2 from 1. You bought them over. When you bought them over, they are now his slave. Then, there always be a contest who will be the speaker, who will be house leader, deputy speaker. The governor will go and choose. He will choose for them. And use money also. That's the end of that legislators. That's what they call rubber stamp. The House of Assembly will be permanently the rubber stamp
for the governor.
Prince,
wait.
Some of
my producer. Okay, go ahead.
Some of them. A speaker of House of Assembly, if you want to meet his wife, you got to take permission from the governor. I'm telling you. He's caged. He's caged. Go ahead, sir.
Now, my producer says I don't have more than 2 minutes.
Yes, sir.
In all this conversation we have had this morning, let's look at the takeaways. Governors who have not performed, who want to return, electorate should reject them. That's what you said.
Yes, reject them. Reject them.
Governors who have not performed, who want to go to the Senate, the electorate should dump them.
Yes.
But I said to you, the political parties consider them as people of influence, and the parties want to win election. Riding on the back of incompetence or corruption to win election. How good is that?
Yes. Because most of the governors are not working. They will carry the whole money. They use that money to buy votes. That's why some of them, their political party are giving them tickets. But this time, people are awake. I am appealing to the electorate. When a former governor, a senator, former senator, a sitting governor, when they bring money to you to vote for them, collect it and don't vote for them. That money is your money.
Okay, that money is your money. That's what Prince is saying. In the last election, we are told, collect the money, is your money. But it's a bit difficult in a very moralistic society like ours. How can I collect this man's money? But Prince says it is not their
It is your money, not the governor's money.
Your money, not the governor's money. Well, I don't know whether they should even collect it at all.
No,
because sometimes it's good to tell the truth right in the face of the criminal. But that's your position. In the past 1 hour, I've been conversing with Prince Elias Odemina. He's the convener of Igbo Union. But this morning, he came in his capacity as publisher and public affairs analyst. We've looked at the day of reckoning as political activities pick up. We looked at what the performance records of the governors are. Some of them are exiting now because they have completed their tenure. Some of them are asking for a re-election. The question is, have they justified re-election? Have they justified being given another opportunity at a different level of our governance structure? His one regular line is either failed, don't give them a second chance. Don't give them a second chance because the leopard does not change its spot. Friends, I want to thank you for finding time to join us this morning.
Thank you, sir. And thank you for having me again.
Thank you very much.
It's a pleasure.
My name is Wabos and Joker. Of course, the name never changes. I want to thank you for investing your time with us this morning. Please have a great day. Bye-bye.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Chigichi Agorom, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on eVibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
I should try harder, so...
Okay, I don't know that one.
Outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hub's on eVibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
Lost 10 minutes.
This is Signature Television Unscripted. My name is Mike Obani. We are going to examine crucial developments in our country in the last 1 week. And we are going to talk about the primaries of the ruling All Progressives Congress, the primaries to elect candidates for the National Assembly, the governorship, and the state houses of assembly. How did it go? There have been lots of complaints arising from the primaries. Some politicians feel that they were shortchanged, that the system didn't go, the exercise didn't go well. There were lots and lots of manipulations and rigging that saw them out of being defeated in the election. And the question is, if the ruling All Progressive Congress cannot organize free and fair primaries, what will happen to the general elections in 2027? Is it the kind of thing we are going to see? Are we going to see a free, fair election, or a rigged election. Then we come to the issue of the book or the autobiography written by the former head of state, General Yakubu Gowon. He just launched his autobiography, My Service of Duty and Allegiance. And a lot of people who attended that book unveiling praised him for unifying the country and also for introducing the 3 R's: reconciliation, reconstruction, and rehabilitation. That we ask ourselves, so many years after the end of the war, has there been, have we seen the reconciliation? Have we seen the reconstruction and the rehabilitation? Then we are happy that the court the other day extended the time, or rather knocked off some INEC guidelines regarding the conduct of the election, and one important one has to do with the time lag, for the different political parties to submit members, their membership list to INEC. In fact, by going by the INEC guideline, it ended on 10th of May, but the court has now said no. This is contrary to the provision of the Constitution and the Electoral Act, and extended the submission of a membership list to September, and that gives room for, so we are going to look at the implication of, this court ruling, and with me in the studio to do justice to these topics and more is on my immediate right, Mr. Martin and Mr. Ani. You are welcome to the program.
Thank you, Chief Ubani.
Thank you,
Dr.
Dr.
Ukeje, you're welcome to the program. It's nice having you, and to our listeners, viewers, we say, stay with us, and we are going to serve you well. So, what do you make out of let's start from the book launch.
Okay.
Go on, the book launch.
Well, okay.
So what do you make out of the book?
Well, I have not had much insight into the book because it was just launched, I think, 2 days ago.
Yeah.
Yeah, the book was launched 2 days ago, but just like every other book, it's his own thinking, it's his own understanding, and he's entitled to script whatever he felt that transpired, within 1967 and during the war and all that. So, but the key thing that I gleaned out of the book was when he mentioned that it was Ojukwu that caused the war. But I recall vividly that that was what they had as Aburi Accord. So then, well, if Ojukwu and Gowon had gone to Ghana in Aburi and then agreed to do a particular thing, and then by the time, as we were told, Buhari, what is his name, Gowon came back, I realized that he didn't do a good bargaining, and that the agreement he signed on to wouldn't favor him, and then started going against the agreement. So you can't say it was Ojukwu's, Ojukwu disobeyed. No. So that's actually what I see. But like I stated earlier, he's entitled to whatever he felt, and then to the extent he has gone to reconcile Nigerians with his Nigerian prayer, that's one thing we have known him for. So, after the war, he turned born again, according to him. We don't know who is born again and who is not, except the Lord himself knows who are his. So he has been praying around. I think with that prayer team that has been going around, I think he has made some impact to heal the wounds of the war. But with regards to what transpired in Ghana, after Ghana and all that, I don't think it's squarely on Ojukwu. You can't put the blame entirely on Ojukwu. It takes two to tango. So Nigerian government must have done something also to have triggered the war.
Yeah,
the killings, the backtracking and all that. So that's just what I want. So I congratulate him on his launch.
Yeah, just like so many officials of government have congratulated him, the president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Bola Ahmed Tinubu, congratulated him, the vice president, and all that. Doctor, You know, looking at the, I don't know whether you've read the book. I'm sure you've heard about the book. Even if you have not read it, you've heard about the book. But one issue I want us to look at is the issue. Gowon was praised for the 3 hours, for introducing the 3 hours, you know, after the end of the war. And here we are. Do you think that those 3 hours, reconstruction, rehabilitation, and you know, were carried through, you know, after the war? Any reconstruction, you know, one can talk about in the war-affected areas, especially the southeast, where we are today. Any rehabilitation? Is the unity there? You know, a lot of people said God will unify the country. Is the unity there? You know. Is it possible that he succeeded? Because after the war, he was head of state. He was head of state. The war ended in 1970. He was overthrown in 1985, July 29, 1985. So he has 85 rather. Is it? 75. Yeah, 75. Right. That's 75. Yeah. So he had 7 years after the end of the war. You know, did he implement those policies that he initiated after the Civil War?
I think we have moved from the book launch to some other thing because the
you know, I mean, that's still part of
the book. The 3 R's is a government program, not his personal program. Yeah. But I can tell you that the war damaged Nigeria, or at least damaged the eastern region. The damages of the war included personal houses, personal homes, personal companies. I'm not aware of anybody who had a company or who had a home damaged during the war that received compensation, that was helped to reconstruct. A majority of the schools in the war-affected areas were owned by missions. Catholic Church had the most, followed by what is now called the Church of Nigeria Anglican Communion, the Methodists, you know, Baptists, few government schools. Bishop Okoye was the Assistant Bishop of ENUGU Catholic Diocese. He made efforts to reconstruct the schools that were damaged. I attended a Catholic school. The government didn't do anything. What they did was to seize the school and say, we are taking it over. People should go to school, there will be no fees. But before we arrived, they said they had formed parent-teacher association without the parents, without the teachers, and asked students to pay levies imposed on parents and teachers. People who were poor. Government facilities, like Ojiriba Power Station. My father worked there. It was a functional power station before the war. But it's not here now. So where is the reconstruction? The Nkalagu cement factory. The federal government invested in the company to reactivate it. But it was part of the people that killed it because the production process was a dry process. You needed to feed it with coal, put in the kiln to burn the limestone and produce cement. The coal corporation was not rehabilitated. So Nkalago is gone. I don't know what is rehabilitation, except that the war also helped some people, helped us in a way. Many of our leading academics and administrators were working at the University of Ibadan, University of Lagos, and the federal government. Many of them who came back because they were no longer safe remained. Nsukka was a university, all right, but it was just a university. The major people who were driving the university were foreigners attracted by Dr. Nnamdi Azikiwe because he studied in the US. Those people ran away for their lives during the war. They didn't come back. So it was these people who came back from University of Lagos, University of Ibadan, who reinforced Nsukka and got it to where it was able to recover somehow. There was the second National Development Plan to succeed the first National Development Plan, 1962 to 1968, which was from 1970 to 1974, yes, which the government started. If it was part of the reconstruction, it affected people outside the war-affected areas benefited more because the Federal Commissioner for Works, Alhaji Okunu, although he was yes, although he was classmate with a lot of Igbos in King's College, but he took it upon himself to be bitter with the Igbos. You know, he was openly, even in the Executive Council, enunciating that things should not be done here, and nobody sanctioned him for it.
Okay.
You know, this book has come, it's good that it has come out, so it can be examined. I've not read it. But I know that I have read a lot of accounts. It's from Umahia. He used to sympathize with the Northern People's Congress before the war. After the war, he was appointed a Federal Commissioner for Agriculture.
Okay, that's Doctor.
Yeah, he's a PhD holder.
Yeah.
Well, at the Federal Executive Council, he was almost being opposed. He was the person that handed over the School of Agriculture, Omudike, to the federal government for rehabilitation. You can see where it was. At the time I was in secondary school, if you went to Omudike for 2 days, you were almost like an agricultural assistant because there was something you could get. Now it's the Federal University of Agriculture. But it's just a university. People are starving around the place. I don't know whether you have passed from there to Ekotek. So there was damage. The School of Hygiene at Aba was producing people who could inspect streets and make sure that drains are cleaned. Where are they today? You know, so it's good that he has given an account, but I can tell you that I have read books by Jem Bengo. I've read books by several people. Even Lindsay Barrett wrote something, you know, a kind of promotional for T.Y. Danjuma. Late Husseini also wrote or gave interviews. The objective of the counter coup was abandoned, and Igbos were being killed just like. So if he said he was reconciling, those people who were killed unjustly, they were not coup makers, they were not related to the coup makers, but they were killed. I can tell you one person, Francis Ella, is from River State. He was a teacher in a school around Abeokuta. But some soldiers from the north traced him to the secondary school to kill him. He was lucky he escaped with his life. I know somebody who lives in ENUGU here. He was the engineer in charge of the waterworks at in Lagos. He was nearly killed. He was just rescued by the act of God because of he was a kind person. Somebody from the north who lived around there. People called him. He spoke to these two soldiers who wanted to kill him and said, "Please leave me, he's my friend." Is that what have you reconciled? Immediately after the war, there was a lady who was killed in Kaduna, one Caroline, an Igbo girl. Nothing was done. He has not. In 2011, when Jonathan won the election, people were killed, and mostly Igbos. In Bauchi, 5 people, foreign graduates who came back and they were doing youth service. They were burnt alive because Jonathan won in the place. But Jonathan's sympathizer, the current governor of Bauchi State, is still in office. So, a state is a unit of the international system. But Nigeria is a state, and it's a country. But it consists of many, many nations. The concept that will unite Nigeria has not come. And I believe that that book, the writing, is consistent with some conspiracy to alert people. Maybe that Obi is an able person. They have come again. Because some of the things even he wrote in that book, that some officers wanted to kill Ojukwu who was not available to them. So how can you say you didn't want to kill him? That some, what you call young officers, Ironsi tried to reconcile by appointing him below rank to give people a notion that what the people who executed the coup did were bad. Now, if you did overthrow Ironsi, why don't you return power to those people who were unjustly killed? I mean, their team. You didn't do it. You remained in office till 1975. But these are personal things now, because we are talking about things that are older than us.
Yeah.
What people do depends on the circumstances they find themselves in. On this note, I just want to say that, you know, what we will be talking about in intergroup relations, interpersonal relationships are different. I've met Gowon when he came to see somebody, a lady whose husband died in ENUGU.
Yeah.
He came very simply, and he was an impressive person. But I don't think I can read the book, because if Dangote donated 3 billion, the printer may not print again.
No, T.Y. Danjuma.
T.Y. Danjuma, okay, 3 billion.
3 billion.
Dangote, 500
million.
Yeah.
And
then,
so many, I'm even surprised that the Vice President Shetima, you know, imposed 25 million naira on each of the state governors, 36 state governors of the Federation, asked them to pay 25 million. 25 million for the book. We're not going to leave this issue until we talk about the inability or the refusal of General Gowon to apologize to the Igbos for, you know, yes, I mean, there was a coup, 1966 coup, January 15, 1966 coup, which was allegedly masterminded by Igbo officers, and there was a counter coup followed by massive, you know, killings of Igbos. We do know, or still remember about the massacre of the 3,000 young men in Asaba. And nobody, even Gowon himself, Gowon was head of state when all these things took place. And looking at his book, no apology, no remorse, you know, for the unjust killings, you know, of Igbos during the Civil War. And I don't know how you respond to this.
Well, a general is a general, so what do you expect from him? To start crying and then falling on the ground. So I think he has never done that. He will never do that. The man is at the departure launch, so he's racing against time, and he's able to come up with this book. So since he hasn't apologized from that day till now, of course, he has told us that it was in the service of the nation. All that he did was professionally, as a professional military man. So you didn't expect that it was a personal thing that he did. Both the Civil War, the engagement, military and all that, were all in the service of Nigeria. So it was not a personal thing. So you don't expect the man to apologize. He's a general and he remains one.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because apologizing is almost like saying we regret the war. And then you can imagine the issues that will follow. So because if you say you regret the war, people will say you should not compensate. People should say you should be able to
Dr. KJ,
so that's my take.
There's something called karma, retributive justice. A lot of people have said that the killings in the Plateau region, I mean the current killings in the Plateau region, in his domain, which he has not been able to, you know, stop as a general, you know, is as a result of you know, the killings of Igbo, the massacres of Igbo, the program that took place during his watch as president, as head of state.
I think we are Christians. We don't, karma is a kind of imagination. Actually, during the, well, I say, pogrom, the traditional ruler of Jos did not want the Igbos attacked. He didn't approve of it. But because the people there, the Birom, are a minority, It is the people who are immigrated into that area that effected their wish. The same thing in Yola, the emir was protecting the Igbos, but I mean the rioters could not do that. So even now, the problem in Plateau is on the Birom. People from other parts of Plateau are not sympathetic to the Birom people. If they were and they joined them, I mean, the matter would have been settled. And you can see Jonah Jank came from that place. And when he was governor, he tried to tackle the problem. I think the other governor that was also removed was from Jos area. So it's not common. It's only that Nigeria was set up by force. And that force continued to propel. Just look at what happened in Oyo State. That place is Ogbomosho.
Yeah.
Area. Huh? Where Akintola comes from. Okay. Adekunle was a staff officer in ENUGU here when the first and second coup happened. When Ejo, their commander, became a military governor, he came up. When Ojukwu decided to declare Biafra or felt that people were safe, he approved that weapons should be given to the soldiers who are not from the Eastern region to let them go out of the region, and that they should return the weapons after. Adekunle and these people moved, and they didn't return the weapons. One of the things that made Akintola bitter was that Akintola was from his area. He is also from Ogbomosho. Today, the people he protected are kidnapping his people, cutting off their head. Where is the anger? I don't think we should be bothering ourselves about this thing, because what when you hear some people, you discover that the factors of that war had damaged psychology. El Rufai's son, the one that is in House of Reps, there was a time he made a snide remark about Igbo people. He said the Igbo cry, because a lot of women were raped here. The people who raped them, when they went home, they made it a story. Sanusi Lamido Sanusi, the current emir or one of the emirs of Kano, he wrote in a book that Igbos were taught a lesson. He was a child at the time. You know, if you are talking about rehabilitation, the secondary school that Nzogwu attended, St. Patrick's in Kaduna, it had been converted to a Muslim school. The Catholic Church handed it over to them. He did it. So I think he said he didn't want to open old wounds. You know, there's an English saying that silence is golden. Given what many people have spoken about, and he was silent for a long time, personally, I would believe that, you know, if he was talking about his memoir, his life, he could have just concerned himself about himself.
Yeah.
If I see the book, if I see the book, because he was not the organizer of the coup, from what other people said, he should have just left it. Good thing, he also admitted that Igbos were killed in the north. Many other people didn't say it; they just glossed over it. They called it retaliation. So he could have concerned himself with his personal life.
Okay.
One of the things I would like to see from that book is, why did he try to run for president under option A4 in Wusasa, and he was,
defeated.
Very much defeated? And before this book came out, I think he called on Tinubu. I don't know what he went there to do. This book has now come out, you know, to create an atmosphere that could have a political dynamic. But like I said, I don't believe in karma, because God is in charge.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anybody doing anything must be very ethical and moral.
Gentlemen, the politics is heating up, and we've seen the primaries, conducted by the ruling national APC, and I believe tomorrow the presidential primaries will take place. But those, or is it today? Okay. We've had a lot of APC members complaining that they were rigged out, that the election was manipulated, you know, and there is a possibility that some of those aggrieved APC members may defect to other political parties, especially now that there is a window, you know, for you to do so, given against the backdrop of the recent ruling of the court, you know, extending the timeline for the submission of membership list to INEC. But you know, is this a mirror of what we are going to? That's what is going to play out during the 2027 general election. If the ruling political party cannot organize a free, fair, and credible primaries, you know, the expectation is that they will do worse things during the general election. I don't know how you react to that.
Okay, just to, you know,
because in Nasarawa,
yeah,
in Kwara, in Cross River, in Delta, in you know, all so many states in the federation, there are complaints.
Some former governors losing as well. So the point here is this: I keep saying that it's Nigerians. We are a people that find it difficult to play by the rules. We are hardly rule players, and that's the problem. Every time we are talking about making laws, making regulations, making constitution, the same people that make the constitutions, make the rules, make the laws are the same lawbreakers. To the point that people mock some of our lawmakers as lawbreakers. So the point I'm trying to make is that these parties have rules, they have regulations, of course subsumed under the constitution, but the point is that they are never ready to play by the rules. Okay, take for instance, consensus candidate and all that. Is that democratic? A situation whereby one or two persons, some they call themselves party leader, you know, party leader, that kind of name. Once he summons the people and say, this person will go, and then he doesn't have the capacity and what it takes to lead, doesn't even have a plan for the people. So that is why we're having these issues. And all of them flocked into APC because they believe that with the president as the leader, who is running a command and control system, look at what has happened in the Rivers, just at the snap of the finger, a sitting governor has pulled out of a governorship primary. What does that tell you? So the same thing is playing out. You have seen what has played out in Lagos. Hamza, the deputy governor, has emerged. I think he's the only deputy governor emerging among those that their governors are leaving, current governors are leaving, because the leader has said this is the one that will go, irrespective of the opinion of the people, irrespective of what democracy, you know, expects that people should government of the people, by the people, and for the people. But they are not playing by these rules, and that's why you will see quite a lot of implosion in APC. Everyone who has studied what has been going on, the carpeting, cross-carpeting, and the campaign, have seen that this is almost a mini Nigeria. APC has become a mini Nigeria where everyone is flocking. And they are living in that delusion that once they elect anyone, that person will win. So the point now is that there is going to be serious implosion because what has played out in these primaries are never democracy. They are just in position of candidate in what they call consensus candidate. And you see that at the end of the day, so many people will be shortchanged. If the man doesn't like your face, he will remove you. Whether you're serving or not, it doesn't matter. And people are not allowed to vote. So the point I want to make briefly is that the primaries are full of surprises, as we have seen, including, I think, Goje, one former governor of Gombe, Senator Goje also. So many of them who are very influential, not because the power brokers, you know, the current power brokers doesn't want them. Not that they are not able to win an election. So what we are expecting that with this window of opportunity stretching to September, you will see quite a lot of them join other parties and also maybe possibly try to get elected. And then the race will be very interesting ahead of 2027. But what I'm trying to say is that, if, like you say, whether it's a foreshadow of 2027, I want to say that it's still a foreshadow, because if people cannot play by the rule in their small party politics, then what will happen in I think this is what America foresaw under George Washington. If you go through records, you see that George Washington ran as an independent candidate because it was expected then that the parties were becoming something else, uncontrollable, and the parties were stood down. And then that was how George Washington ran.
Was made for,
and he became one of the best American presidents, in history.
Yeah,
so
before we run out of time, Dr. KJ, I would like your views. I would like you to comment on the withdrawal of the governor of Rivers State from the race. You recall what transpired in the past. We had an emergency rule in Rivers State for 6 months because arising from the struggle for power between Fubara and his godfather, Nyesom Wike, who is the minister of the FCT. Do you see the withdrawal of Fubara as a triumph of godfatherism in Nigeria? How do you look at it? For me personally, I look at it from the prism, from the point of view of the triumph of godfatherism. Otherwise, why would a sitting governor, having bought form maybe for 50 million, 100 million, at the end of the day, he said he was after he was withdrawing. So that peace will reign. What do you make out of it? Is that still democracy in action?
Well, I said that Nigeria was created by force. There was no way Fubara could have survived his ordeal with Wike working with Tinubu. It's just not possible. Bear in mind that Fubara was not a politician. He was an accountant general, he was a civil servant. But because he was a person trafficking money to Wike, when Wike was in the PDP, the EFCC was deployed against him. But they couldn't arrest him because he was a sitting governor. They wanted to arrest Fubara. So he kept Fubara in the government house where they could not come in. And then from there, he made him governor to make him unarrestable. Now, common sense should have dictated that if you ride a tiger, if you step down, it will eat you. At the time that Fubara and Wike started having problems, a thorough civil servant would have resigned from the governorship. And nobody would have been hearing about him today. Many people in the PDP were bitter that Fubara was made governor because he wasn't among them.
He wasn't a politician?
He was not, yes. So there was nothing he was struggling to achieve. And the person who could hold the balance, the president, was the employer of your persecutor. So I don't think, even saying that he withdrew is just like a joke. A serious person would have even resigned both from the governorship and the party and go his way. But the reward of public office in Nigeria is so high that even an angel will be corrupted by it. So I don't think there's any news about it. It's all the same force system. Because look at it, Chinda, who is the nominee, remained in PDP until he won the election. He was the minority leader in the House.
But he has not resigned.
That I'm telling you.
He has not resigned from the PDP.
And that's why when he was talking about the INEC timetable and things like that, these are jokes. They are all planning it. Maybe where will be is nice, where they want to see if they can vandalize.
Yeah.
Because what the INEC and their collaborators are doing, it looks like politics is a drill where you order people up and down. Politicians are not people you order. And something you cannot administer, don't establish it as policy. It doesn't make sense. He talked about George Washington. Many of these people who are running for nomination, have they visited their party members in different locations to address them on their policy choices? In the United States, in the UK, people who go on tour, talking to the constituencies, their party members in different constituencies. But have you ever seen it here?
These people don't
So
matter.
it's a drill list.
Yeah.
Once you have a list, you take, you share money, and people go. So I don't think we should bother ourselves about it.
No, we should really bother ourselves about what has happened. I am saying it's a triumph of godfatherism.
Yes.
Because what happened in
It's a triumph.
Rivers, yes.
And it's something that sends wrong signal to our democracy. That if one man says you are going to be there, then you'll be there. If that same man says you are not going to be there, even if the people love you, even if the people are ready to vote you 100%, you are not going to get any ticket. So that's the challenge. Remember also Wike mentioned that Ireti Kingebe was not going to return back as a senator. And suddenly there was a suit against candidature. Suddenly. So you can see
the court has struck out that.
Yes, just yesterday. You can see the influence of strong men in politics with deep pockets. Oh, we are no more talking about how they call up a judge at night and give him Ghana must go. And then the judge goes to the court and tells blah, 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 and rules in their favor. You see the kind of influence they run. If they, one young man was in Lagos, a House of Assembly member who was contesting a Surulere, and suddenly he said his police was withdrawn. Just to make sure, tell him, look, we don't want you again, and there's nothing you're going to do about this. So they try to.
No, there is nothing surprising about this.
So
you know, Fubara comes from a
influence.
family of highly learned people. I think about 3 of them, his brothers, are professors. He shouldn't be in, he's not in weakest rank in terms of family background. Are you following what I'm saying? His hometown, Opobo, is one of the the cities that got education earliest. That's number one. But it's a machinery system, it's machine politics.
Okay.
We are hearing about Fubara because of where he is. As I was coming here, Okowa, Ifeanyi Okowa, the daughter, has one nomination for House of Assembly in Delta. Ibori's daughter, Uduaga's daughter, 3 of them.
Elitist politics.
Then Okowa himself
is seeking for senatorial.
So is the one you are hearing about is machine politics. That's why people should not pay attention to it. There are many capable people in Nigeria who do not participate in politics because they have ideas, but they don't want to use their ideas against other people.
I just want to say again that the parties have been hijacked by these persons. So as soon as you are floating a new party, they will send in their people there and hijack the party. And the party will
Just watch what will happen, because this rule by the court was not challenged by INEC. They say they are reading the judgment to know. They will discuss and say, okay, let us take it to December so that we can go and roughen the waters everywhere.
So this actually informed why Obi foresaw this coming and ran away entirely and disappeared from ADC and launched himself in NDC. So because the parties have been manipulated by the power brokers, by money bags, and those with wide influence in society, and they have actually collapsed the institution. That's my worry. The judiciary has been collapsed. The legislature has been collapsed. You see what's going on with the Senate president. Whatever they want him to do is what he does. He's seeking re-election, and Senator Hope also want to upstage him. He's standing as ended, but he's getting
gentlemen,
to return back to
our
the Senate.
time is.
So you can see the rub my back, I rub your back.
We don't have time.
I've supported Tinubu, so it's time for Tinubu to repay me with Senate presence.
I wish we have more time. We would have discussed the rationale behind the operation the former President Goodluck Jonathan to come back to politics and contest the presidential election, and one would ask, what did he forget at the presidential villa? I do hope that when we come back next time, we'll discuss about that. But that has to do with what the court says about, he was, his position is, somebody sued him for the court to determine whether he's qualified or not to run for another time. Gentlemen, we've come to the end of our discussion. I thank you for calling. I thank you for participating, and we'll do that some other time. Thank you. Thank you very
God
much.
bless Nigeria.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mike.
very
And
much.
deliver her
Thank
from
you.
political
Thank you
bandits.
for our
God
viewers.
bless Nigeria and deliver her
Keep
from political
watching
bandits.
Signature
That's our
Television.
prayer.
Once
Let
again,
God
my
bless
name
us and leave Nigeria
is
alone.
Mike Ubani. Thank you.
Thank you.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Tired of the snow? Tired of the bad TV signals? Nigeria has gone digital. Introducing Free TV, the national platform for every Nigerian. Get 100 plus channels immediately. Sports, news, and entertainment in your native language with clear picture quality. Whether you're in the city or the village, our satellite signal reaches every corner of 36 states from day one. No monthly subscription, just a compatible decoder and you are set. It's a national asset built for you. Take the show on the road, download the Free TV app and stream your favorite channels anywhere. Starting this May, scan to download the app or call 0700 388 7277. Free TV, digital TV for free. Brought to you by NBC.
The coal city of Enugu is currently playing host to the annual Nigerian Bar Association Conference, where legal minds from across the country have converged to deliberate on pressing issues affecting the rule of law, democracy, and national development. The conference, which has drawn together judges, senior advocates, academics, policymakers, and young lawyers, opened with addresses that emphasized the role of the legal profession in safeguarding justice and strengthening institutions. Addressing the conference, the Sultan of Sokoto, Mohammed Sahad Abubakar, regretted that the poor in Nigeria is becoming victim of corruption and inequality, which he said are weakening the country's courts. He regretted that justice is increasingly becoming a purchasable commodity, with the poor becoming victims, while the rich commit all manner of crime and walk the streets scot-free. The Sultan warned that the imbalance fuels anger, mistrust, and political violence, stressing that loss of public confidence in the courts would lead citizens to take the law into their own hands, urging lawyers to uphold truth and fairness above personal or financial interests.
The NBA Annual Conference is a very significant event in our society because it is the largest gathering of lawyers who shape the practice of law and ensure that the ultimate objectives of law are realized in society. Law, as you know more than I do, is crucial to society because it maintains social order by setting standards for behavior, promotes justice by protecting rights, enjoying duties, and providing a framework for resolving disputes and facilitates economic and social progress.
Post-Governor Peter Mba reminded lawyers that the law is more than a profession, as it serves as the conscience of the nation. Mba restated the commitment of his administration to justice sector reform, saying that it remained the cornerstone of his government. He, however, asserted that none of the reforms was an end in itself, noting that they remain part of a broader vision of his government towards making Enugu State the preferred destination for investment, innovation, and inclusive development.
Since assuming office, we have made justice sector reform a cornerstone of our governance. Just a few examples will suffice. We were among the first states to fully implement financial autonomy for the judiciary. This has enhanced the efficiency, independence, and dignity of our courts. We have carried out a comprehensive rehabilitation and digitization of our courtrooms across the 3 senatorial zones. The High Court complex in ENUGU is equipped with e-filing, virtual hearing facilities, and an integrated case management system. We have strengthened and expanded the ENUGU multi-door courthouse, making it a model in the region for commercial and family dispute settlement.
In his keynote address, charismatic leader of the Economic Freedom Fighters of South Africa and a member of country's national parliament, Julius Malema, warned African nations to regulate debt trap loans from World Bank and the International Monetary Fund, IMF. Malema, who describes such loans, debt traps that can mortgage the future of the continent, said that the South African Parliament is making a move to checkmate loans from these institutions.
In South Africa and Nigeria must be carried forward into the present, not just in political sentiment, but in concrete economic collaboration. Both our nations stand as giants of the continent. South Africa, with its industrial base, mining capacity, and advanced financial system. Nigeria, with its vast population, vibrant entrepreneurial spirit, oil and gas resources, and cultural dynamism that has captured the imagination of the world. Together, we hold the keys to Africa's industrialization and economic independence. We will continue to exploit labor while refusing to industrialize, and taking fellow Africans divert anger from the real enemy, and we must educate our people that unity, not division, is the solution to the African crisis.
Malema also made a case for a single African presidency, currency, borderline continent, and a visa-free movement across the continent, saying that Africans should not need visas to visit one another. In his welcome address, the president of the Nigerian Bar Association and senior advocate of Nigeria, Afam Osigwe, thanked Enugu State Governor, Dr. Peter Mba, for his support in organizing of the annual conference.
It all means being unbending in our defense of the rule of law, equity and justice, and being principled in the face of power and unwavering in our pursuit of national progress. We must have the courage of conviction in moments where silence will otherwise be more comfortable. To build a strong and economically viable nation, sacrifice will routinely be required of individual citizens. We must do this when others are mediocre. This is a call we must embrace.
Speakers at the event noted that Nigeria is at a critical juncture where the judiciary must rise above political pressures to defend constitutional values. The NBA ENUGU conference.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
We are local.
International communities why the main market is in chaos. People
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended say aye. Aye.
We have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
The Igbo Agenda Dialogue, led by Chief Chekwas Okorie, held its second meeting in Abuja on Wednesday, affirming its mission to build a non-partisan platform uniting Igbo groups across Nigeria and the diaspora. The forum announced plans for the first ever Igbo political summit in Enugu in early 2026, where an Igbo political charter outlining the nation's rights and aspirations will be officially unveiled.
The dialogue announced plans to host the first ever Igbo political summit in ENUGU in the first quarter of 2026. The summit will feature the formal unveiling of the first Igbo political charter, a document intended to articulate the political aspirations, rights, and responsibilities of the Igbo nation within Nigeria.
The dialogue also addressed long-standing structural and political disadvantages faced by the Southeast since the end of the Civil War, from disparities in state creation and local government allocation to boundary adjustment that weakened the region's economic base. Participants agreed that lamentation must give way to coordinated action.
The meeting noted with concern the long-standing political and structural disadvantages imposed on the Igbo since the end of the Nigeria-Biafra War in 1970. These include disparity in state creation that left the Southeast with 5 states instead of 6 or 7 like other zones. Unequal allocation of local government areas, 95 in the Southeast and 188 in the Northwest. Boundary adjustments that reduced Igbo landmass and transferred the major oil-bearing areas to neighboring states. These actions were identified as systemic attempts to weaken the Southeast economically and politically. The dialogue resolved that rather than continue lamentations, the Igbo must pursue coordinated political action within the framework of Nigeria's existing constitutional order.
With the 2027 elections approaching, the dialogue urged all eligible Igbo people to engage actively in the electoral process to regain political influence. It also confirmed that its political mobilization strategy will be presented at the forthcoming Igbo Political Summit for adoption in the new Igbo Political Charter.
The IAD resolved that all eligible Igbo people must actively participate in future electoral processes, beginning with the 2027 general election. Unity of purpose and mass political participation were identified as key strategies to redraw the political map of Nigeria and restore dignity and equitable representation to the Igbo nation.
The meeting ended with a renewed commitment to unity, discipline and political vigilance, with leaders expressing confidence that a coordinated approach will address decades of marginalization. In Abuja, Chimeze Izadima reporting for Signature TV News.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
don't tire for this picture. Oh yeah, make you follow Unorodo. Nigeria don't go digital with free TV. Over 100 channels they wait you. Sport, news, and better entertainment for your own language. No matter where you dey, whether for city or whether for village, the satellite signal they reach every corner of Nigeria from day one. No monthly payment again. Once you get Ogbonge free to air decoder, you don't win. This one, now our own national asset. Even from your phone, you feel watch out. Just download the free TV app and carry your TV go anywhere you dey go. Scan that code now or call 0700-388-7277. Free TV, digital TV for free. Brought to you by MBC.
Bright and early as the day breaks, as the newspaper headlines trail the stories that shape the day. We at Signature TV trail the headlines that trail the day. We interrogate the headlines. We analyze the stories that make the headlines.
Wyatt is overrated, and they even overrated themselves and went into CBT. They are insensitive of some Nigerian children who have never had what we call CBT.
With passion and emotion, we drive the conversation to change a narrative.
Let nobody be deceived by Nigerian high level of performing in agriculture export. We are still where we are.
Newspaper review on Signature TV every morning on Signature Morning, weekdays, and Signature New Day, weekends. Newspaper review on Signature TV. We do not just review the headlines, we make the headlines relevant to our daily lives.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them, at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is
Welcome to Global News on Signature TV. I am Uchenna Chimdi Oluoha. In the headlines, NDC mandates all candidates to sign affidavits against defection. Inspector General says state police will not affect the careers of officers. G7 leaders demand ceasefire in Lebanon, welcome Iran deal. And hundreds of cats stolen for food in Vietnam rescued by police, welfare group says. Details in a moment.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
The 2027 presidential candidate of the Nigerian Democratic Party, Peter Obi, has declared his readiness to die for Nigeria, stating that genuine leadership demands the ultimate sacrifice in the face of the country's worsening security crisis. Obi, who was asked in a media chat what he would do as Commander-in-Chief to rescue kidnapped school children held in the bush, stressed the need for commitment and decisive leadership. He recounted how during his tenure as Anambra's governor, notorious kidnappers were forced out of the state. He made reference to an interview of a prominent kidnapper known as Vance, who he said admitted that criminal operations became untenable under his administration. Obi lamented the rise of non-state actors challenging state authority and expressed confidence that committed leadership could restore Nigeria's military glory. He recalled how Nigerian troops once helped maintain peace in various global hotspots, including Liberia, Sudan, and Kuwait, noting that detailed operational plans are secondary to the fundamental issue of willingness to confront insecurity head-on. The remarks come amid persistent banditry, kidnapping for ransom, and attacks on schools and security personnel across several parts of Nigeria. The National Democratic Congress, NDC, has introduced a compulsory affidavit for all its candidates seeking elective offices, requiring them to forfeit their seats if they defect from the party after winning elections. The national chairman of the party, Moses Cleopas, announced the policy during an indemnity signing meeting at the party's national secretariat in Abuja. He stressed that candidates, including gubernatorial and presidential, must depose to the affidavit. Cleopas explained that the development was not a witch hunt, but aimed at protecting the sanctity of electoral mandates and curbing what he described as post-election political migration. He said the party would not tolerate situations where elected officials abandon the platform that brought them to office but seek to retain the mandate. The national chairman explained that the policy was intended to ensure candidates clearly accept the condition before contesting elections under the NDC, to avoid what was witnessed in the past when elected officials defected from their parties, including the Labour Party. On the legal basis of the policy, he cited provisions of both international and domestic legal frameworks, arguing that while freedom of association is guaranteed, it does not automatically extend to retaining elective office after defection. The Court of Appeal has granted interim relief to the African Democratic Congress, ADC, and several other political parties, halting their deregistration by electoral authorities. The court's decision followed a legal challenge questioning the validity and procedural fairness of the deregistration process. In its ruling, the appellate court maintained that all parties should retain their legal status until the substantive case is fully determined. Legal analysts say the ruling effectively restores political activity and participation rights for the affected parties, at least for now. Supporters of the ADC and other parties have described the judgment as a major victory for democratic inclusion, arguing that political competition must remain open to all legally registered groups. However, critics of the ruling say the electoral regulators must also be empowered to enforce compliance standards within the political system to ensure accountability and seriousness among parties. The case is expected to continue in court in the coming weeks. Meanwhile, Justice Peter Lifu of the Federal High Court in Abuja has awarded a fine of 500,000 naira each against the African Democratic Congress, ADC, and its National Secretary, Ralph Arebeshola, over the application seeking the judge's withdrawal from a suit. ADC and Arebeshola had, in separate motions, asked Justice Peter Lifu to recuse himself from the suit filed by an aggrieved party member, Nafiu Bala Gombe, citing alleged bias. Delivering a ruling on Tuesday, Justice Lifu held that the motions lacked merit, devoid of credible evidence, and were aimed at frustrating the order of the Supreme Court for accelerated hearing of the case. The judge, who described the applications as an abuse of court process, said the motions were fundamentally defective. Lifu added that the law was settled that allegations of bias are grave allegations which are not made lightly, and whoever alleges bias must provide clear evidence, insisting that the applicants had failed to prove the allegations. Gombe, in the suit, is seeking an order restraining Senator Mark, the embattled national chairman of the ADC, Ogbeni Ralph Arebeshola, the national secretary, and members of their interim national working committee from parading themselves as the party's leaders, saying that they breached the provisions of the party's constitution and the Electoral Act. The Senate has suspended its ongoing legislative recess and summoned lawmakers for an emergency plenary session to address pressing national issues, particularly the rising insecurity across the country. In a notice signed by the Clerk of the Senate, Emmanuel Odo, senators were directed to reconvene at the National Assembly complex in Abuja on Tuesday, June 23rd at 11 a.m. The notice stated that the emergency sitting was necessitated by matters of urgent national importance, requiring immediate legislative attention. The emergency recall comes amid growing concerns over insecurity and renewed calls for stronger measures to tackle terrorism, banditry, and kidnapping. In his Democracy Day address, the President Bola Tinubu issued a stern warning to bandits, kidnappers, and those financing terror activities, urging them to surrender or face the full weight of the law. The Inspector General of Police, Tunji Disu, has assured officers and men of the Nigeria Police Force that the proposed creation of state police will not affect their careers or lead to the disbandment of the existing force. Disu, who gave the assurance during his first official visit to the Jigawa State Police Command headquarters in Dutse, stated that under the proposed policing arrangement, the Nigeria Police would transition into a federal police service while retaining its strategic formations and specialized units. He maintained that the proposed reform was aimed at strengthening policing and improving security delivery rather than undermining the careers of serving officers. According to him, stronger collaboration between the police and state authorities remains essential to tackling emerging threats and improving public safety. The visit by the IGP coincided with the 8th Executive Committee meeting of the Northern Traditional Rulers Council, where participants deliberated on insecurity, intelligence gathering, youth development, and community policing as strategies for strengthening security across the region. 3 police officers have been killed after an improvised explosive device, IED, exploded on the Anka-Bagega Road in Anka local government area of Zamfara State. The officers were part of a team led by Abdulrazak Musa Hassan, the officer in charge of the Explosive Ordnance Disposal Unit, who had gone to defuse a suspected explosive device believed to have been planted by bandits. The team, which included personnel of the Violence Crime Response Unit, was reportedly conducting a controlled clearance operation using an armored personnel carrier when the vehicle accidentally triggered the explosive device. The explosion resulted in the immediate death of Superintendent Abdulrazak Musa Hassan, Inspector Moritala Musa, and Inspector Awal Ahmed, attached to the EOD unit. The publication reported that the bodies of the officers have been taken to a hospital morgue at the Federal Medical Center, FMC, Gusau, for post-mortem examination. The federal government says it has identified 470 gazetted and legally protected grazing reserves for the rehabilitation and resettlement of pastoralists as part of efforts to end the era of cattle roaming the streets. The Minister of Livestock Development, Idi Maiha, disclosed this in a media chat, noted that relocating herders into the reserves will strengthen disease surveillance, breed improvements, and animal health management. The minister noted that open grazing was no longer sustainable, as long-distance cattle movements contribute significantly to low productivity and the inability to meet domestic dairy demand. On daily milk production, Maiha said Nigeria currently recorded average milk yields of between 1.2 and 2 liters per cow per day, compared to countries such as Kenya, where yields can be up to 30 liters daily. He attributed the gap to poor livestock genetics, inadequate feeding systems, and weak disease management practices. Maiha explained that despite Nigeria's estimated 270 million ruminants, cattle, sheep, goats, and camels, the country has failed to modernize its livestock genetics over time. Stakeholders in Nigeria's broadcasting industry have reaffirmed their resolve to complete the country's digital switchover program and bring about the long-awaited transition from analog to digital broadcasting. At an event convened by the National Broadcasting Commission, NBC, under the Federal Ministry of Information and National Orientation. They agreed on a new hybrid model designed to fast-track implementation. The stakeholders also agreed that the Digital Implementation Team, DigiTeam, which previously played a central role in driving the DSO project, should be reconstituted to provide strategic direction and coordinate implementation efforts. In his address, the Minister of Information and National Orientation, Mohammed Idris, described the session as a family discussion, which he said was targeted at addressing lingering issues and ensuring the completion of the DSO project. Idris assured those who attended the meeting that the federal government had no hidden agenda about the digital migration process, promising that decisions would be guided by national interest, inclusiveness, and sustainability of Nigeria's broadcasting industry. The stakeholders listed job creation, investment attraction, local content development, and support for local manufacturing as important objectives that must remain at the heart of the program. One major highlight of the stakeholders' session was a concern over the protection of investments by licensed set-top box manufacturers and other operators within the DSO ecosystem. Still to come, UK PM Starmer calls Channel incident involving Russian warship reckless. Russian port entrepreneur detained in St. Petersburg. Do stay with us.
We are local.
The international community is observing
Where the main market is in chaos. People are...
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye.
Aye. We have taken it to by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Leaders of the G7 countries demanded a ceasefire in Lebanon on Wednesday and said they will diversify energy supply routes to reduce dependence on the Strait of Hormuz as they welcomed an interim deal to end the conflict. The leaders met for a summit in the French town of Evian-les-Bains on Lake Geneva, while details of the US-Iran ceasefire agreement trickled out of Washington and Tehran ahead of its formal unveiling, expected on Friday across the nearby Swiss border. The US-Iran agreement is expected to launch negotiations towards a final settlement to end the war, which has killed more than 7,000 people, mostly in Iran and Lebanon. The summit gave US President Donald Trump a chance to present his deal with Iran to major allies Britain, Canada, France, Germany, Italy, and Japan. The leaders said they were ready to contribute to the implementation of the accord, while a coalition led by Britain and France set to help secure shipping once the Strait of Hormuz reopens, as expected on Friday. British Prime Minister Keir Starmer said on Wednesday that the firing of warning shots by a Russian frigate to divert a UK-flagged civilian yacht near British territorial waters was reckless and deeply concerning. According to statements from the defense ministries of Britain and Russia, The incident occurred on Tuesday. They said the firing was designed to prevent a collision after unsuccessful attempts to contact the yacht. Russian Defense Ministry said on Tuesday that the crew of the frigate spotted a yacht traveling on a course that risked collision with the ship. The ministry said that after repeated attempts to establish radio contact failed, the frigate fired warning shots, including small arms fire, ahead of the yacht, following which the yacht altered its course and moved away. Britain's defense ministry described it as an isolated incident and not linked to the interception of a Russian Shadow Fleet vessel intercepted by British commandos over the weekend. Prominent Russian businessman Ilya Traba has been detained in St. Petersburg. Local news outlet Fontanka reported on Wednesday that searches were underway at Traba's properties and that one of his associates was also detained. Traba has extensive interests in infrastructure, including a major new deep-water Baltic port, Primorsk, of which he owned 31.66% as of 2020. The port does not disclose its more recent ownership data. The port, still under construction, is designed to handle up to 65 million tons of cargo per year, including minerals, coal, and grain. The port will be able to receive deep-water cargo vessels and is intended as one of the starting points for Russia's Arctic Sea Route project. More than 400 cats destined for slaughter have been rescued in Vietnam after authorities dismantled an alleged feline theft ring. An animal welfare group disclosed that 9 people have been arrested in connection with what police described as a criminal group specializing in stealing and collecting cats. The officers recovered more than 400 live cats and around 80 dead animals preserved on ice during raids on sites in Tây Ninh province and Ho Chi Minh City last week. A further 21 cats were seized at a separate facility. The consumption of dog and cat meat is legal in Vietnam, but vendors require permits that show the origin of animals. Police said they tracked down the group on 11th June after investigating a spate of pet thefts in Ho Chi Minh City, according to local media reports. The suspects admitted trapping and collecting cats across southern Vietnam over the past 3 years. According to investigators, the suspects allegedly transported stolen cats to holding facilities before selling them on to traders, with transactions taking place every 2 to 3 days. That's the size of our package. I am Uchenna Chimdi Oluoha. Thanks for watching.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
We are local.
The international community is observing every
The market is in chaos. People are
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye.
We have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
The Igbo Agenda Dialogue, led by Chief Chekwas Okorie, held its second meeting in Abuja on Wednesday, affirming its mission to build a non-partisan platform uniting Igbo groups across Nigeria and the diaspora. The forum announced plans for the first ever Igbo political summit in ENUGU in early 2026, where an Igbo political charter outlining the nation's rights and aspirations will be officially unveiled.
The dialogue announced plans to host the first ever Igbo political summit in ENUGU in the first quarter of 2026. The summit will feature the formal unveiling of the first Igbo political charter, a document intended to articulate the political aspirations, rights, and responsibilities of the Igbo nation within Nigeria.
The dialogue also addressed long-standing structural and political disadvantages faced by the Southeast since the end of the Civil War, from disparities in state creation and local government allocation to boundary adjustment that weakened the region's economic base. Participants agreed that lamentation must give way to coordinated action.
The meeting noted with concern the long-standing political and structural disadvantages imposed on the Igbo since the end of the Nigeria-Biafra War in 1970. These include disparity in state creation that left the Southeast with 5 states instead of 6 or 7 like other zones. Unequal allocation of local government areas, 95 in the Southeast and 188 in the Northwest. Boundary adjustments that reduced Igbo landmass and transferred major oil-bearing areas to neighboring states. These actions were identified as systemic attempts to weaken the Southeast economically and politically. The dialogue resolved that rather than continue lamentations, the Igbo must pursue coordinated political action within the framework of Nigeria's existing constitutional order.
With the 2027 elections approaching, the dialogue urged all eligible Igbo people to engage actively in the electoral process to regain political influence. It also confirmed that its political mobilization strategy will be presented at the forthcoming Igbo Political Summit for adoption in the new Igbo Political Charter.
The IAD resolved that all eligible Igbo people must actively participate in future electoral processes, beginning with the 2027 general election. Unity of purpose and mass political participation were identified as key strategies to redraw the political map of Nigeria and restore dignity and equitable representation to the Igbo nation.
The meeting ended with a renewed commitment to unity, discipline and political vigilance, with leaders expressing confidence that a coordinated approach will address decades of marginalization. In Abuja, Chimeze Izadima reporting for Signature TV News.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
You don't tire for this picture. Oh yeah, make you follow Unorodo. Nigeria don't go digital with free TV. Over 100 channels they with you. Sport, news, and better entertainment for your own language. No matter where you dey, whether for city or whether for village, the satellite signal they reach every corner of Nigeria from day one. No monthly payment again. Once you get Ogbonge free to air decoder, you don't win. This one, now our own national asset. Even from your phone, you feel watch out. Just download the free TV app and carry your TV go anywhere you dey go. Scan that code now or call 0700-388-7277.
Free TV, digital TV for free. Brought to you by MBC.
Bright and early as the day breaks, as the newspaper headlines trail the stories that shape the day, we at Signature TV trail the headlines that trail the day. We interrogate the headlines. We analyze the stories that make the headlines.
WAEC is overrated, and they even overrated themselves and went into CBT. They are insensitive of some Nigerian children who have never had what is called CBT.
With passion and emotion, we drive the conversation to change the narrative.
Let nobody be deceived by Nigerian high level of performing in agriculture export. We are still where we are.
Newspaper review on Signature TV every morning on Signature Morning, weekdays, and Signature New Day, weekends. Newspaper review on Signature TV. We do not just review the headlines, we make the headlines relevant to our daily lives.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Tigiti Agorum, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV.
New every morning on Signature TV, we open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem.
There's no outstanding graduate when Obi took over from me. I left in all the accounts of Anambra State 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Tigiti Agorum, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV.
Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Bright and early as the day breaks, as the newspaper headlines trail the stories that shape the day. We at Signature TV trail the headlines that trail the day. We interrogate the headlines. We analyze the stories that make the headlines.
WAEC is overrated, and they even overrated themselves and went into CBT. They are insensitive of some Nigerian children who have never had what we call CBT.
With passion and emotion, we drive the conversation to change a narrative.
Let nobody be deceived by Nigerian high level of performing in agriculture export. We are still where we are.
Newspaper review on Signature TV every morning on Signature Morning, weekdays, and Signature New Day, weekends. Newspaper review on Signature TV. We do not just review the headlines, we make the headlines relevant to our daily lives. New every morning on Signature TV, we open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem. There's no outstanding gratuity when Obi took over from me. I left, in all the accounts of Anambra State, 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV.
Nigeria appears to be entering a troubling phase where insecurity is no longer a distant concern but a daily reality, casting its shadow over communities, highways, markets, and increasingly the nation's schools. The recent surge in kidnappings has unsettled citizens and raised serious concerns about the effectiveness of the country's security architecture across several states. Fear has become a constant companion. Travelers now avoid certain routes, farmers abandon their farmlands, and families adjust their daily routines around the unpredictability of violent attacks. Citizens have continued to voice deep concern over the worsening security situation.
In fact, to me, I'm not safe. I don't think I'm safe here. It's just there's nothing we can do than the government to plead on the government to, work very hard to make sure that everyone is safe. Because you don't have gun, I don't have gun. So there's nothing I can do than to just look unto God and cry unto, that's the way we have been doing, cry unto the government to please, whatever they think they can do under their watch to make sure that these guys, they don't get hold on us, because hey, I'm afraid if they come, while are they, no be small thing.
We need more security men in this country. And secondly, these security men should be deployed to their own states.
The rate of insecurity in Nigeria is getting high, and everybody seems to be insecure. But what is happening is getting out of hand.
We are not happy as a citizen that our fellow citizens are falling down. Both the army and the innocent children, especially school children, the way they are falling on daily basis, we are not happy.
Seeing our old women being kidnapped, being robbed in this country that we call giants of Africa, it's so bad. And the current government, they are not doing anything to what is happening.
Businesswoman Ifeoma Aneke says many residents are now too afraid to sleep soundly in their homes.
I don't think anybody feels safe. Aside me, I don't think anybody feels safe for what is happening in Nigeria presently, because the kidnapping, the bandits everywhere, the killing, everybody is so scared. Even to sleep, if you are sleeping now, I don't think people are sleeping with their eyes closed. If you hear any noise anywhere, you just wake up, because everywhere is not safe in Nigeria presently.
Christian Aminu called on relevant authorities to ensure the deployment of security personnel to churches, schools, and other public institutions to guarantee safety for citizens while carrying out their daily activities.
I think the government should try by all means to
adopt a system whereby there will be security agencies that will be released to churches, schools, and other infrastructures that at least the people can be safe when they are around their place of duty and workplaces.
Let them mobilize security agents, all the consigns. Let them make sure that insecurity is stopped in Nigeria. Some times ago, I had a foreign country planning coming to Nigeria to do something concerning it, and up till now, they are still killing and nothing is done. They should do something concerning it.
These reactions come as state governments adopt emergency preventive measures. In Katsina State, authorities have ordered the closure of all public schools following credible threats linked to kidnapping gangs. Kwara State has also shut down schools due to rising fears of possible attacks, while Plateau State has placed selected institutions on indefinite closure. Findings across the northern region show that over 180 schools have been affected by either temporary or ongoing shutdowns directly linked to insecurity. Residents, however, insist that beyond closures, there is an urgent need for a coordinated and sustained security response to restore public confidence and ensure the protection of lives and property. In Enugu, Christopher Lele, Signature TV News.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on e-vibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
I should try harder, so...
Okay, I don't know that one.
Outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hubs on e-vibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them, at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Tigiti Agorom, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on e-vibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
I should try harder, so...
Okay, I don't know that one.
Outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hubs on E-Vibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Tired of the snow? Tired of the bad TV signals? Nigeria has gone digital. Introducing Free TV, the national platform for every Nigerian. Get 100 plus channels immediately. Sports, news, and entertainment in your native language. All with clear picture quality. Whether you're in the city or the village, our satellite signal reaches every corner of 36 states from day one. No monthly subscription, just a compatible decoder and you are set. It's a national asset built for you. Take the show on the road, download the Free TV app and stream your favorite channels anywhere. Starting this May, scan to download the app or call 0700 388 7277. Free TV, digital TV for free. Brought to you by NBC.
The coal city of Enugu is currently playing host to the annual Nigerian Bar Association Conference, where legal minds from across the country have converged to deliberate on pressing issues affecting the rule of law, democracy, and national development. The conference, which has drawn together judges, senior advocates, academics, policymakers, and young lawyers, opened with addresses that emphasized the role of the legal profession in safeguarding justice and strengthening institutions. Addressing the conference, the Sultan of Sokoto, Mohammed Sahad Abubakar, regretted that the poor in Nigeria is becoming victim of corruption and inequality, which he said are weakening the country's courts. He regretted that justice is increasingly becoming a purchasable commodity, with the poor becoming victims, while the rich commit all manner of crime and walk the streets scot-free. The Sultan warned that the imbalance fuels anger, mistrust, and political violence, stressing that loss of public confidence in the courts would lead citizens to take the law into their own hands, urging lawyers to uphold truth and fairness above personal or financial interests.
The NB Annual Conference is a very significant event in our society because it is the largest gathering of lawyers who shape the practice of law and ensure that the ultimate objectives of law are realized in society. Law, as you know more than I do, is crucial to society because it maintains social order by setting standards for behavior, promotes justice by protecting rights, enjoying duties, and providing a framework for resolving disputes and facilitates economic and social progress.
Post-Governor Peter Mba reminded lawyers that the law is more than a profession, as it serves as the conscience of the nation. Mba restated the commitment of his administration to justice sector reform, saying that it remained the cornerstone of his government. He, however, asserted that none of the reforms was an end in itself, noting that they remain part of a broader vision of his government towards making Enugu State the preferred destination for investment, innovation, and inclusive development.
Since assuming office, we have made justice sector reform a cornerstone of our governance. Just a few examples will suffice. We were among the first states to fully implement financial autonomy for the judiciary. This has enhanced the efficiency, independence, and dignity of our courts. We have carried out a comprehensive rehabilitation and digitization of our courtrooms across the 3 senatorial zones. The High Court complex in Enugu is equipped with e-filing, virtual hearing facilities, and an integrated case management system. We have strengthened and expanded the ENUGU multi-door courthouse, making it a model in the region for commercial and family dispute settlement.
In his keynote address, charismatic leader of the Economic Freedom Fighters of South Africa and a member of country's national parliament, Julius Malema, warned African nations to regulate debt trap loans from World Bank and the International Monetary.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Hello, my people. It's of course another beautiful weekend. I'm your baby girl, Queen Efokunta. I'm so hyper today because today is Friday. Yeah, right? Thank God it's Friday, the last day of the week. Weekend is that time where we tend to unwind, do some laundry, meet up with friends, hang out, go for parties, go to church, and of course prepare for the next week that comes in 2 seconds. So here we tend to give you interesting stories, top chatting drama in the entertainment industry. Today I have just short story, and it's not far from something you've been saying on social media. Today is Friday. As usual, I'm going to be recommending movies to you, and we'll be having a conversation with a comedian who will be joining us pretty soon. But first of all, let's talk about what exactly is trending in the entertainment industry. Now, popular media personality Robbie Ekpo and his ex-wife Mayowa Lambi has currently embroiled in a public and legal dispute following revelations about their past relationship and her recent remarriage in the United States. Now, the controversy began after Ekpo's emotional appearance on the Honest Bunch podcast, where he reacted to reports that Lambe had married another man abroad without formally dissolving their marriage. He expressed shock over the developments, maintaining that they were still legally married. Ekpo also recounted how he supported Lambe's relocation overseas and claimed he continued to assist her financially, including allegedly purchasing a flight ticket for her returning to Nigeria. That was during her recent visit to Nigeria. So he further alleged that throughout their 11 years of marriage, Lambe secretly used contraceptives while he sought medical help over fertility concerns. Ekpo also claimed he has evidence that he was sending her money without knowing she was living with another man. He described the situation as painful, stating that he discovered the remarriage through videos and photos circulating on social media. The interview sparked widespread reactions online, with some Nigerians criticizing Lambe, while others called for her side of the story. In response, Lambe, through her lawyer Chinedu Waneli, issued a cease and desist notice to Ekpo. She demanded that he take down all related posts, retract his statement, and issue a public apology within 48 hours. The notice also included a demand for 100 million naira in damages for alleged defamation, warning of legal action if the conditions were not met. So Lambe maintained that their marital relationship had been mutually terminated in May 2025. Now, challenging the notice, Ekpo, through his legal representatives at TAP Legal Services, described the 100 million naira demand as excessive, unfounded, and premature. He insisted that his statements were based on personal experiences and not made with malicious intent, adding that he was prepared to defend himself in court with evidence. Ekpo also revealed plans to petition the United States authorities over alleged marriage fraud, stating that he would submit all relevant evidence as part of his case. So before we say before I say what I have to say, let's take a look at these videos.
10 years of my life, it pained me, Baba. If I had a kid out of wedlock, I would have been justified that, oh, my wife can do whatever she wants to do. If I had a kid out of wedlock, I would have been justified. What did I do but just love? My wife traveled 6 years, and for the small money I was earning, I was sending money to my wife every time. I have receipts here.
You were saying that
I was sending money abroad. I was sending flowers. I had friends in the US, and I would beg them to buy flowers and deliver in her house.
True. Now look at your mom.
My wife didn't bother to come back since 2021. I did not see my wife again until last year that I sent her money to buy tickets to come to Nigeria. I went with 2 cars to the airport with my friends. I gave my friends phone so that they welcome her. I couldn't get a clip of me hugging my wife. You haven't seen your husband in 4 years. And I went to pick you up at the airport and you did not hug me. We got home and she did not kiss me. She did not hug me. I slept in the living room for 2 days. I never get car since I came to Lagos. Last year was the first time I got a car. I bought a Lexus RX 350. I bought it with my hard-earned money when I stopped sending money abroad.
So you were sending money abroad?
I was sending money. I would send money. My wife would call me and tell me the money is too small. How much did they pay me? I would do a gig of 500k. I would send 200k. The receipts are here.
How can you call your wife for 3-4 days and she will not call? She will not call back. She will not pick. Anytime I call her, now when she did inside motor, she got a house and got a male flatmate. What? She got a house and got a male flatmate and said, you know how you can sublet your room. But why a male? I was not comfortable with it. Nobody will be. But I let it slide, only for me to find out 2 days ago that the person